Say the second dose kind of knocks you back for a day or so, right? The one, I think you take the second dose like a week after or a week and a half after.
Yeah. You know.
We're up on LTC,
Correct.
but you know.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Who we got tonight? We got Christine still or Fran?
Fran.
It's Fran.
Oh, Fran. Okay.
One-
Oh, okay. There she is.
Hi, Fran.
All right.
Hello.
Well, that's good. Do we have any absenteeism tonight? Notice from board.
Well, Robert is not
here.
joining us for his first meeting ever. Welcome, Robert.
Yes, I'm here today.
Oh, that's
Welcome.
great. Hi, Robert.
Welcome. So
Hi, I'm here.
welcome.
I'm finally here. So,
Wonderful.
Well, we're happy to have you, and we wish you the best of luck serving in your capacity. You're going to enjoy your time here.
I have no
You're
doubt.
great. We have a great group of dedicated board members.
Okay. You're on mute, right?
Yeah, nice to be here. Nice to be here.
So Van's coming.
Dan is here. Robert's here.
yeah,
Dennis is
Mark.
here.
Mark, I don't see.
No, George here yet?
George is here.
No,
George is here.
Oh, George is here. Okay. Yeah, I'm in the way back machine over here where my internet service is poor. So I'm using telephone service and watching on TV. So maybe Comcast can come out and do a decibel rating for me, but we got our hands full tonight, gentlemen.
Yes, but just so you know, Chairman, there's a number of prerequisites that are missing from several of the applications. I think I counted of the applications that have prerequisites that are missing.
You want to go through them quickly? So we're probably going to move to continuances, I would imagine.
On Wentworth, we still missing grades for the proposed building. There's a 5-foot grade change from front to back. The building elevations don't indicate any proposed grades other than a 6 continuous grade, and there's no proposed grades in the existing site plan. Just so you know.
Okay.
Then,
what else?
Yep, and then on Shoe New Business, we don't have a site sign, but that's going to be continued anyway. But they should post the sign on Westford Street.
Yeah, I got that one.
On 24 Westchester Street, we're missing a lot of information. We don't know what the FAR proposed is. We don't have floor plans. We don't have a site plan. We barely have elevations that depict the building itself. We're missing a lot of things on that one. But site plan FAR on Gorham Street, we do not have the sign posted that's required by 6.3.2.20. There's an 8.5 by 11 that does not include a site plan. So I don't think that qualifies as posting of the sign. And then, of course, the site plan provided is inadequate. It doesn't show contours or grades or that information. It doesn't show drainage information. And then under new business, other business, 52 Staveley Street, we're still missing the site plan for the proposed.
Right. Yeah.
So we still are missing that. It doesn't show grading for out the front. So those are the prerequisites that I saw that are missing for the applications that we have in front of us.
Well, as we're all aware, we have set precedent going back to when Chairman Bailey was with us. Incomplete applications are continuance until they're complete.
Right.
So we'll see these one by one. Thank you very much, Dennis, as always.
You're welcome.
So we got 6:34, Mr. Clerk. We ready to roll?
I believe so. I think everybody's here. Haven't heard from Mark. Is Mark on the line?
I have not. So we're going to begin, Mr. Clerk, and if he comes, depending on.
Mr.
his time
Chairman,
of
Mark
arrival-
Briere is here.
Oh,
Wonderful.
Okay, Mark
Mr. Briere,
Mark is here.
Okay.
welcome. So
So we have for the first time, we have a full board,
we do have, I would like to
including alternates.
congratulate, I'd like to congratulate each and every one of us and the entire board, Dennis and myself and others particularly ecstatic to have a full board. And we want to thank the city manager and
Yes.
the office for filling these seats and making the appropriate promotionals and moving forward. Looking forward to 2021, as I'm sure everyone is. So that being said, I'd like to open the board to City of Lowell Zoning Board of Appeals public hearing for Monday, December 14th, 2020. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the meeting will not occur in person. There are 4 options in which to access the meeting. We have Zoom on the smart tablet, phone, computer. We have call-in, which I'm available myself, and we can watch live on LTC, and online documents are available on the government website. We're going to move right into continued business, ZBA 2020-42, for variances. Don Farm is 50 Wentworth Ave, section 5.1. Don Farm is seeking variance approval to modify the existing lot lines of 2 parcels at 50 Wentworth Ave that have merged for the purposes of zoning and build this new single-family home on one of the parcels. Both lots from the suburban single-family SSF zoning district. The new home will require variance approval under section 5.1 for minimum lot size, minimum lot area per dwelling unit, minimum frontage, and existing dwelling will require variance approval under section 5.1 for the front yard setback to exceed the maximum allowed floor area ratio FAR, and for any other relief required of the Lowell zoning ordinance. The petitioner or representative here tonight, Counselor?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of
Good
the
evening,
board.
Counselor
For the
Geary.
record, my name is John Geary of the law offices of Geary and Geary LLP, 32 Church Street, Lowell, Mass. I'm here tonight representing Mr. Tan Pham, who is also with us remotely. As you know, this application was first heard back on October 12th of 2020. I was not representing Mr. Pham at that time, but I believe that the public hearing concluded with the board having several questions about the application. As a result, the hearing was continued. So it's my hope that we can address and answer all of the questions tonight. But in summary, my client is seeking variances in order to modify the existing lot lines of 2 parcels at 50 Wentworth Avenue that were merged for purposes of zoning back in 1961. Lot A1 is 12,600 square feet. Lot B1 is 9,059 square feet. Together, the total lot size is 21,659 square feet. These lots are located in the suburban single-family zoning district. On Lot A1, we are seeking variances for minimum front yard setback and floor area ratio. The minimum front yard setback in the SSF district is 25 feet. We are providing 24.2 feet and seeking relief of roughly a foot. It should be noted that this is a pre-existing non-conforming condition. As I also mentioned, we are seeking relief for floor area ratio for the existing dwelling. The zoning district requires 35%. We are providing 40%, so we are seeking relief of about 5%. On Lot B1, we are seeking relief of the minimum lot size. The requirement in the zoning district is 10,000 square feet. We're providing 9,059 square feet and seeking relief of 941 square feet. And because the lot is slightly undersized, we are also seeking relief for minimum lot area per dwelling unit. The requirement in the district is 10,000 square feet. We're providing 9,059 and seeking relief of 941 square feet. Finally, we are seeking relief for minimum frontage. The SSF zoning district requires 90 feet of frontage in this district. We are proposing 78.28 and seeking relief of 11.72 feet. I've had a chance to review the minutes of the meeting, and I believe I am familiar with the concerns of the board. So since that first hearing, my client has submitted a couple of revised documents. First, my client has provided an updated site plan, which is dated November 20th, 2020. That updated plan proposes that the carriage house behind the existing dwelling be demolished. And if I recall correctly, at the last hearing, the board had significant concerns about the use of the carriage house and whether or not the existing dwelling and the carriage house were considered to be a two-family dwelling. I believe that Mr. Fuller has since issued a legal use determination letter that indicates the property is a legal single-family home in the eyes of the zoning for the city. Nevertheless, my client has decided to demolish the carriage house as that does not add any value to this lot, and the demolition of that structure should alleviate any concerns regarding residents occupying that structure at any point in the future and provide for additional open space for Lot A1. My client has also provided a revised architectural plan for the single-family home, which is proposed for Lot B1. That plan provides for detailed floor plans of the proposed home. It provides all 4 elevations of the home, the height of the structure. It illustrates the length of the driveway surfacing Lot B1, which will go from Wentworth Ave to the existing garage. And it also shows some green space and fencing. As is evident from the site plan and the architectural plans, the applicant intends to keep the existing garage to service Lot B1. The garage would be re-sided in order to match the siding on the proposed home. Ultimately, we feel that the proposed lots are in character with most of the surrounding lots and the neighborhood in general, and the relief which we are requesting is minimal. The relief can be granted without any substantial detriment to the public good. In fact, the addition of the new market rate home on Lot B1 would be a benefit to the public good and specifically to the city of Lowell by adding much needed market rate housing and tax revenue. Finally, we are requesting relief. Finally, the relief requested can be granted without nullifying or substantially derogating from the intent of the zoning, since we would be providing a new single-family home on a lot that is at least average in size, considering the overall lot size and the frontage as compared to the surrounding lots on this stretch of Wentworth Ave between Andover Street and Mansur Street. We respectfully request approval of the variances from this board and are happy to answer any questions of the board members or the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. I appreciate that. That being said, I'd like to open it up to the public. Anyone wish to speak in favor? In favor? In favor. That portion of the public hearing is now closed. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? In opposition? In opposition. That portion of the public hearing is now closed.
Mr. Chairman,
Like to open up to-
Mr. Chairman, we had a hand raised.
Okay, all right, so I'm gonna remain with the public hearing in opposition. If any of the board members and or Fran, if you notice or get notified of a citizen wishing to speak, please let me know, as this is, needs to be a group effort with that process here. So we're in opposition, public hearing. Sir, feel free to open up.
Want to Fran referee this, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Fran, if you could
I
be so
think-
kind.
There were a couple of hands raised, so.
Sure.
Okay, if you could work
James
the
Pollard,
soundboard.
I saw
Okay, we're
James
just gonna
Pollard.
need everyone's name and, all right, everyone will have to submit their name and address for the record, please. Go ahead, Fran.
So the first person that I saw was James Pollard.
Yes. First of all,
Good
can you-
evening, sir.
hi. Yes, my name is James Pollard, and I'm here with my wife Maureen. We live at.
Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We live at 63 Wentworth. We've been here about 27 years. It is the lot directly across the street from both the existing lots and the proposed lots, both of them. So first the question. So first of all, the carriage house will be demolished?
That's correct.
That is correct.
So that is good. It alters much of what, some of what I wanted to say. I'm equally concerned though about the garage. And the garage is 2 stories, first of all. I noticed in the plan, it has it as 1 story. But from Wentworth Ave, it's 2 stories. And from Glenwood, and I should note, by the way, that both of these lots are clearly visible from Glenwood Street. So as you look at it from Glenwood Street, that garage is 2-story garage. It's in Glenwood, it's clearly more visible. It's very, very close to the carriage house. That's one of the reasons now that that's gone, that I'm really pleased about that. The garage on the lot of the proposed house is substantial. Like I said, it has 2 single garage doors, but it's not a 2-car garage. If you just change the doors, you could fit 4 or more cars in there. It is a substantial structure, more than what one would presume are kind of the typical garages. And/or residents. So to add, and again, I'm hesitating here because I'm prepared to say something, and the removal of the carriage house changes it a bit. But I would just say that the number of variances alone to accommodate this kind of tell the story to me that it's got to be altered and jerry-rigged to fit this house. And it's too much structure, given that the size and the 2-story nature of that garage to approve those variances. I look at it as the zoning regulations are to protect people from exactly this notion, where you have to do this and that and that and that to, in effect, squeeze a house in. That's our concern. We are pleased that the carriage house will be demolished. I definitely want to acknowledge that. But the other chunk of our objections is the nature and size of that garage, how it appears from both Glenwood and from my lot here on Wentworth Avenue. So we would just ask that you disapprove the request for the variances. And we just want to let you know of our objection.
Well, thank you very much, sir. Thanks for tuning in tonight.
Thank you.
Pleasure. That being said, anyone others speaking in opposition?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You state your name and
Yep.
address for the.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Chairman. Brad Pacheco, located at 31 Wentworth Ave.
Good evening,
And I'm
sir.
calling in, how are you tonight?
Thank you. Very well.
I'm calling in opposition to the petition. We're squeezing a house onto a small lot. My biggest concerns are obviously the number of variances the prior homeowner had stated, but the lack of parking. Okay, so we have 2 good-sized houses going on the lots, if approved, and right now there's significant parking on the street. So it's almost impossible for us to get in and out of our driveway looking both ways. So I think that this is going to cause major issues by way of additional parking on the street. Okay. Couple technical issues too. We did not receive notice and there's been no posting on the property.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that, Council. Any other concerns or comments at this time?
Me?
Nope, that would be it for me. On my end,
Okay.
I suggest that you not pass the variance request.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for tuning in
Thank you.
tonight, Council.
Have a good night.
Thank you. You too. That being said, any others wishing to speak in opposition? In
Yes.
opposition?
Me?
Good evening. Good evening, ma'am. Could you state your name and address for the record?
Yes, hi there. Good evening, everybody. My name is Nicole Scaff. I reside at 16 Glenwood Street. My property is directly behind the empty lot, which I assume is Lot B. It's also behind the barn, and it's on the corner of the carriage house. I want to agree with the statements that were already made. I am opposed to this proposal. My one question that I do have, I've stated my comments prior to this meeting, is that for a variance for one plot, but without having an engineering degree, I believe it's a variance for two non-conforming lots. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. The fact that that small space, we're gonna squeeze in a large four-bedroom home. I just don't think it's feasible. You're taking away a lot of green space, not much of it's left in the city of Lowell. Selfishly blocking my view. There'll be a lot of construction abutting my property. So I am very much so opposed to this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Fran, any others wishing to speak in opposition?
Hi, hello. Good evening,
Hello.
everyone.
Good evening.
I'm
Please state your name and address for the record.
Nancy Canny, and I am 64 Wentworth. So it's
Good
gonna,
evening.
the place will be built right next to my home. And I did state my concerns the last meeting that we had about window placement, about my foundation, because the home is so old where I live. And I'm concerned about the construction and the effect that it will have on my home. And where the windows will be placed, I don't know, but I think I have some, I don't know, reasonable expectation of privacy. And also I don't know, I feel like it's going to obstruct any kind of sunlight that I have coming through this side of my home, where I think it's going to be really close to my home. I'm not sure because I'm not an engineer either, and I don't know exactly where the house is going to be set up, but that's my opposition as well. Thank you very much for listening. I'm nervous talking, so excuse me if I sound a little ridiculous, but
No worries.
thank you so much.
No worries. Our pleasure. We appreciate you participating in the public process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any others wishing to speak in opposition?
Yes,
Good evening.
Can you hear
State your name and, yes, sir. Could you state your name and
Okay.
address for the record?
yes. My name is Kenneth Hood. I'm at 18 Wentworth Avenue, about 3 doors down from the proposed Lot B. And I had stated in the last meeting that traffic is a serious problem on the street as is. Okay, it's a main thoroughfare between 133 and Route 38, and that itself lends to a lot of traffic. It's a bus route, and I'm just, I have my concerns about how this will affect the traffic. It gets to a bottleneck down this end. For one. Number two, I still haven't gotten any final notification, and anything mailed to me or anything like that nature on the proposed site and the building itself. And I just, I just think it's just, I don't think the lot is big enough to accommodate what he would like. I think it's too small. I think it's too small. And I just think it's just going to be cramped in there and sitting on top of Nancy's house. And, and again, I looked at Nancy asked about the side windows, and I'm seeing, maybe about 2 or 3 side windows that'll be overlooking her. And it just, I'm just in opposition of the variance, period.
Okay, well, thank you, sir. Thank you for participating. Any others wishing to speak in opposition?
Okay.
Hi, this is Jessica
Hi.
Medeiros at 30 Guild Street. Hi.
Good evening.
I am just concerned just about the demolition of the carriage house. Our home is located diagonal from the property, and the carriage house actually in the back, it sits into a hill. And we already have a lot of runoff issues from the homes above us to our street. So I'm just concerned about what's going to be done with the hill and how it's going to be held back away from our homes down on the street, and with the water.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
We'll address, we're gonna address, all these questions at the end of the public hearing for those of you who have asked them. They'll be answered either by Council Gary, the petitioner, or DPD, or a board member with expertise. And that being said, any others wishing to speak in opposition? In opposition? Fran, any other board members see any other members of the public that wish to participate? Pardon?
I don't see anybody, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any others wishing to speak in opposition? In opposition?
Well, Mr. Fan put his hand up, but I'm sure he's not want to speak in opposition.
In opposition. That portion of public hearing is now closed. Due to the CDC pandemic, we have accommodated others calling in late or connecting or having difficulty during this remainder of the session. That being said, I'd like to open it up to the board. Van?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, to the applicant, or to Councilor Gary, I just want to give them the opportunity to address some of the questions, concerns people had. And I also wanted to, in terms of the prerequisites, I think someone mentioned they didn't see any public postings. So I don't know if anyone could comment to that as well.
Yes, thank you, Member Peck. I appreciate the opportunity to respond. And I'm going to try to answer all of those questions. First of all, I can appreciate the concern of the neighbors, the abutters. It's the unknown that causes anxiety, and I can certainly appreciate that. But let me try to take the questions in turn. First of all, the number of variances that we are requesting, I do not believe I think the requests are minimal. In this case, we have lot A1 is going to be a conforming lot, but for the pre-existing condition of the front yard setback and the floor area ratio, which I'm concerned that the floor area ratio obviously is calculated by using the gross floor area that the city has in its assessor information. And it seems to be high to me. It seems 4,199 square feet, I think, and that seems to be a rather large amount for that particular dwelling. But nonetheless, we are requesting that relief. So the lot A1, we're just requesting relief for two variances, one of which is a pre-existing condition. Lot B1, we're requesting relief for lot area ratio, lot size, and frontage. Comparing this lot to many of the lots from Mansa Street to Andover Street, these lots are bigger than all but 5 or 6 of the lots that are currently existing there. So, and some of them have very large homes on those lots. One gentleman had concern about the two-car garage, the size of the two-car garage that would be servicing lot B1. It's not uncharacteristic in this neighborhood to have a large a garage like that with a loft above. I'm not sure it's a full story, but it is, he's correct, it is a large structure. My client did not see any need to tear that down, to demolish that, because it's a structurally sound property and it'd be somewhat wasteful to demolish it. He can rehab it, he can match the siding on the proposed home, and ultimately it will look good. As far as Mr. Pacheco mentioned, lack of parking, both lots are going to provide more than adequate off-street parking. Lot A1, the site plan shows 2 tandem parking spaces, but there is pavement going to the back of the house and behind the house, so there's plenty of off-street parking there. Lot B1 has a driveway that runs from Wentworth Ave back to the existing garage and flares out at the garage. So there's room for plenty of off-street parking there. There will be no on-street parking from these 2 properties, which should not impact any traffic. I understand the concerns of the construction. Now, construction starts and it ends at a point. So sure, it's a little bit disruptive while it's going on, but at some point it ends, and at the end of the day, you have a house that's going to be worth over $600,000 on that lot that's going to bring up value to surrounding homes. As far as the notification, so my client submitted his receipts from the postal service showing that mailings were sent out to each abutter. We really can't control what happens once we provide the notices to the post office. We'd like to think that they make it there, but it sounds like in some cases they did not. And as far as providing notice on the lot, my client did have a big sign out front. Again, this first public hearing was back in October of 2 months ago. The sign was beat up by weather and probably came down at some. So that's hopefully an answer to a lot of the questions that were asked. Of course, I can provide any follow-up that the board may have.
Thank you for that, Mr. Gary. I do appreciate it. You know, I do hear the concerns and the comments from the abutters and from the neighborhood. You know, I think, but I honestly think that the petition or the lot in question, the relief you're seeking is very minimal to moderate. You know, I think the petitioner could have gone bigger, and I still think it fits in with the scope of the actual neighborhood. You know, in terms of like size and the actual structure. But right now, I think you know, I'm going to listen to my colleagues and see what they think. But overall, I think I'm leaning towards approving this petition for myself at least. Those are the comments I had, Mr.
And
Chairman.
by the way, we could have made lot B1 a 10,000 square foot lot, but it didn't make any sense to my client or the engineer or the surveyor to jury rig this lot so you have an odd shaped lot. It would seem to make more sense to have symmetrical lots for the owners of the property. It doesn't make sense to carve out some square footage to make the lot non-conforming, conforming in terms of lot size, since we're here requesting variances anyway.
No, I totally I hear you, Mr. Gary. Like I said, I think the petition he restrained himself in terms of conforming too much of the character of the neighborhood as he could, and he could have gone bigger. I think, in my opinion. So overall, I think I'm leaning towards approving this. But I do want to hear the rest of my colleagues comment on this. So those are my comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Van. Sean?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney Gary, I see your client's had his hand raised for quite some time. If you want him to let him
Dan, would you
speak,
like to say something? Han?
He's muted. You're muted, Mr. Pham.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh my God, I'm so like. First of all, thank you, Attorney Gary, for being here helping me today. I'm very nervous as well. I don't know why public speaking is not my. I'm not very good at public speaking, but I do want to comment on it so you can understand my perspective. So we all agree that it is minimal variance. Even Mr. McCarthy said it at the first meeting. So we even proposed to take the carriage out. The carriage house has a footprint of 31 by 40, and then the new house has a footprint of 35 by 40. So in a way, we exchange a structure that is built years ago for a new beautiful structure of about similar size. I mean, I understand the neighbor concern, but please understand my perspective too. The reason why this is very I mean, at previous meeting, I tried to refrain from to discuss the reason why. I'm pretty sure you all know that we living at 540 Lowell Street in Andover right now. It's about 3 miles from here. I tried to refrain from explaining we want to move from that property to this property because I think it's kind of personal. But the reason why is this. I mean, Andover is a good town and everything. And I assume we all have family here. And as family, we have budgets. We are working couple just like everybody else. In Andover, I mean, mortgage 4,000, tax 13.5 thousand a year, and they don't have natural gas. And then, you know, propane gas we pay over 1,000 a year, and that's not for the winter. That's for average out over 1,000 utility and everything like that. We just think that this house right here is more sustainable for us. Don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining or anything like that. We believe that we are a lot luckier. We more lucky than a lot of people. Especially during this uncertain time. I come to this country when I was 14 years old. I work hard to get where I am today. And you know, and sorry, I'm a little nervous. I don't know. And you know, we just try to find the best for our family. We just think that what we're requesting is very minimal for the. I think it is very consistent with the neighborhood. We can get like 10,000 square feet lot and 12,000 for the. You know, the size of the home is very reasonable. Very reasonable. We have 3 kids, so 4 bedroom is reasonable. It has plenty of space left to meet the front, side, and back setbacks. I really believe that it is minimal disturbance to any neighbors, and I hope that neighbors can understand our perspective as well. It is important to our family. I don't think that is trying everything that we can to minimize as much as possible. For example, I tell my architect to put the living room on the left side. We trying to tell architect to put as minimum window on the right side as possible. But before Jared left, he told me that even if you want minimal windows on that side, the board does want to see some windows. So I mean, and off-street parking, we're not bothering anybody. Please understand that for us. You know, that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Pham. I don't know, Mr. Attorney Gary, do you have anything to add on that? I just want to.
Well, I would just say that ultimately, Mr. Pham and his wife and 3 kids are going to be neighbors to all of the abutters here that are speaking, and it's in his best interest to be as conscientious as possible when he's building the property. Also, Mr. Pham just mentioned that the architectural design is so that the quiet side of both structures really, so the proposed house on B1 and the existing house on A1 are on the abutters side of the property. The driveways are between the 2 lots. So, you know, that there shouldn't be too much of an impact to the neighbors.
Thank you. All right, I just want to, I saw Mr. Pham raise his hand, and I just want to.
We appreciate that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So to that now, getting to the project end, I just kind of, through you, Mr. Chairman, I want to ask Dennis, what is it again, Dennis, that you said we are missing on this project?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I just want to make a couple of comments here about the documents that are inconsistent. The first one is the site plan. So if we look at the site plan, that is the most current site plan, which I believe is listed as site plan revised. And I think the date on it says Date is 10/9/2020, if that's correct.
No, the previous site.
I
plan
don't
is,
believe that's correct.
December.
10/9/2020.
No, you should have a site plan dated 11/20/2020.
Fran, is that on the website here?
I'll double check.
I know Fran sent out an updated site plan recently. That's why I was trying to figure out what it is we're missing here.
Yeah, it came in on an email dated the December 9th.
The documents that are listed here that we have on the site for us to use to review, Fran, the site plan that I'm looking at,
Yes, hold on one.
I have a site plan that's dated 9/5/2020 that states that the carriage house is to be raised. I think that's the updated plan, correct, Attorney Gary?
That's correct.
is that 9/2020?
Oh, it says revised, yeah, it's dated 9/15/2020, revised 10/8/2020, and revised 11/20.
Correct, that's the
Yes.
correct one.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
correct one.
That's the one Fran just sent out a couple days ago.
I'm sorry, so we've got a revision date on here. Reference revision date. I'm not seeing a revision date on here. The one that I see on this. Anyway, do you see the site plan 10/9/2020, whether it has a revision date on it or not, does not show proposed grade. It shows existing grades, 147 in the corner, and it slopes down to 144 or 143 at the one-story garage. But there's no proposed grades that show how we're going to revise that site to allow for a 40 by 35 house footprint. And if you look at the elevations that you proposed, the elevations show roughly a 6-foot or 6-inch exposed foundation on all 4 sides. So the site plan that you have here in front of us does not indicate a 6-inch exposed foundation if you figured a finished floor elevation of maybe 147, I don't know, but we don't have correct material here to review as far as the prerequisites showing the contours for proposed and the elevations that match what you have on your site plan. In
I don't want
addition,
to mix up time here, Dennis. I was trying to figure out what you say we're missing. If you want to address that with them during your time, that's more than welcome. I'm just trying to figure out what is it you said that we were missing, because I just want to make sure that if we're missing something.
Yep. So the prerequisite to show a grading plan that indicates proposed grades, and we don't have that. So I don't know how that works. Also, the
Did
elevations
you mention
don't.
floor plans? Did you mention floor plans too?
So the floor plans show a door that exits the back of the house, but we don't have a stoop on the site plan. And it shows a front door that and it exits the front of the house, but we don't have a front walkway. We don't have anything that indicates cellar access. And even on the site plan, we really don't have the limits of asphalt unless they tend to remove all the asphalt behind the structure on lot A. If that's the case, then it should say about that being removed. But
I think the
I'll just
existing
I'm
lot
gonna
A1 shows the edge of pavement going to the back, basically to the left side of the stairs going off a deck. And it basically runs to the lot line. So all that pavement is staying in place.
on lot A,
A1. So the existing dwelling.
Gentlemen, if I may, just in forum of consistency, Mr. Callahan had yielded some time to Mr. McCarthy for his concern. So, Mr. Callahan, would you like to yield this time to Mr. McCarthy and come back to you? Or would you like to?
Yeah, why don't we? Yeah, we could, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to confuse anything. I just wanted to figure out what we're missing. from Dennis's perspective,
So,
does he, I just wanted to make sure we have if that is information that we have that he just didn't see, which I noticed at least from the site plan, he didn't have the updated site. I'll yield my time to Mr. McCarthy for the time being, and I reserve the right to
right,
retain it.
I want everyone to stay on track and have their ability without confusing questions and answers going back and forth. So that
Thank you,
being
Mr.
said, Mr. McCarthy, the floor has been yielded to you, and Mr. Callahan will be in wait. So continue, please, sir. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to start by saying that I agree that the relief being asked for is not much, and that the roughly 11 feet of frontage, and the fact that we could possibly accommodate the site to reach the 10,000 square feet by gerrymandering it, which, for 900 square feet, I kind of think you're right, Attorney Gary, that we should leave it the way it's drawn. And the FAR does seem to be odd because on Lot A, because it does seem like you should well be within the 0.35 FAR there, and I don't understand why the numbers don't work. I kind of think that that's something that's could be tightened up with more scrutiny on the existing structure, because I agree with you that the existing structure should be within the required FAR. So I agree with you that the relief being asked for is not substantial with the 11 feet of frontage. And the fact that you're reducing or almost reducing the square footage of the structures by removing the carriage house and basically building a single family house in the front sort of feels good as far as a better allocation for structures on that second lot. However, I feel that the application is incomplete because we don't have documents that meet the prerequisite required that indicate exactly what you're building. We don't have grading that indicates what you're doing, so we don't know exactly how you're dealing with water. We don't have elevations that pertain to the site plan that you've given us, because they indicate a consistent elevation all the way around the building. And they're missing elements on the site plan regarding access to the front door, access to the rear door, and potentially access to a basement. So I'm a little bit worried that we haven't done the minimum required for a submission for a variance. But I do like the project, so I wish we had the application complete in order for me to feel good about granting a decision tonight. So that being said, I will yield to my fellow members.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. That being said, Mr. Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for the confusion. I just wanted to try to clarify.
Your professional courtesy was extended. I just didn't want to get the confusion out there, and I appreciate the yield.
Yep, thank you. First of all, I appreciate that, obviously the concerns of the neighbors, there are, and it looks like the petitioner is trying to do his best to alleviate those concerns. One of the main things being the agreeing to raise the carriage house, which I think is a good thing to do, because the board did have concerns about that in the last hearing as to whether or not the use of the carriage house could be done as a multifamily, where passing the ordinances would result in having all four structures on the property utilized for some form of housing. But I appreciate that the petitioner has seen that and has alleviated that, and is going to raise the carriage house. I do see the questions with regards to the garage, Attorney Gary, and I understand the concerns from Mr. Pollard on that. eyesight, it looks like the garage on Lot B is a very, very large structure. It's a very nice structure too, from the outward appearance. Obviously, there wouldn't be any, I don't believe that your client would have any issues with regards if we condition, use of the garage is only for the garage only. There's going to be no, obviously no residential, no,
Absolutely not.
Absolutely
use
no,
for
no
any
issue
form
with that.
of-
It is a substantial structure, but it's a solid structure. I think it adds a little bit of character for the lot, and it'd be a shame to tear it down.
I agree with you, actually, from the side of it. It's a beautiful structure. But it looks like it does add character to the lot. I will note that we did receive, in the record, Mr. Chairman, I just want to put into the record the communication from the building commissioner, David Fuller, on the legal use determination for the property, where he determined that the property is considered a one, in his estimation, is considered a one-family piece of property. He also notes, as far as the since the carriage house is going to be raised, I won't bring that up, but he does note that the garage on structure B notes that it sits in the rear right-hand corner of the lot, with the garage with storage on the second floor that's accessible by ladder only, and that it's unconditioned, and that the structures appear to be 100 years in age, given the construction style and condition. So it looks like the garage itself, it's only accessible, the second floor is only accessible by ladder only. I understand it could probably be constructed inside, but I would probably want to condition that structure remain a garage only with no any form of residential apartments or anything else.
The applicant would have no issue with that at all.
Okay, all right. That being said, again, I understand the concerns of the neighbors, and I understand it was brought up that there are a lot of requests here for relief, but the requests that I see are minimal as far as the requests themselves for the, you're looking at a minimum lot size, only requesting 941 square feet. LA lot area for dwelling unit, same thing, 941. Minimum construction frontage, 11.72 feet. As a board, we have to take the piece of property and the relief that itself has granted. The fact that there are multiple variances being requested, although something to look at, we have to look at what the actual relief is being asked. My estimation, what's being asked, fairly minimal on this. I think that the property, putting a structure on this, the way it's laid out, with the removal of the carriage house and with the understanding that the garage is not going to be used as a residential dwelling, I think it does fit the criteria for a variance. One other thing I would ask, though, Attorney Geary, is your client to provide, what he intends to do with regards to once the carriage house is raised, what he plans to do for landscaping in that portion once that's raised. I think maybe a condition of work with DPD on landscaping on the,
Sure, there may be
portion of the
some
raised,
type of retaining wall required back there.
Yes, we will work with the.
that's all I had. Go ahead, Attorney Geary.
No, I'm happy to accommodate that condition as well.
That's all I had. I mean, I'll listen to my other fellow board members as well. I know Dennis said he had several listenings.
Thank you, Sean. Mark?
I'll listen to whatever the concerns are. So, thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Mark?
Mr. Chairman, Mark Breer here.
Good evening.
Well, I hope the hearing has alleviated some of the concerns expressed by the neighbors. And I really believe that because, simply put, the relief we requested is not of a major significance. And the concerns that I heard to me, did not present any major obstacle to moving forward with this petition. And as a result, I'll vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. George?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to go along with my fellow board members. I don't think it's the variance is major, but I do agree with Member Callahan. You always concerned about your neighbors and what they think and how they feel and how they're impacted. But I also think that Mr. Pham is trying his best to accommodate and to minimize any impact, that the neighbors would have. I know one mentioned, concern for traffic, for instance. I mean, I think, as Mr. Gary mentioned, that, you do have traffic when you're doing construction, but when it's done, it's done. I would just hope that Mr. Pham, would listen to the neighbors and try to, accommodate, their concerns, especially those who are, impacted immediately, like Ms. Scaff, who she mentioned that the part of the house is right backing on the property. But I think it's a good project. I think you hope that it would be, in the long run, that is something that the neighborhood can be appreciative of. But I would go along in favor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, George. Robert?
Mr. Chairman, I also tend to agree with the other board members. It doesn't look like this project will negatively impact the neighborhood. And I think it also, as someone mentioned, it also might also bring value to the neighborhood. Board member McCarthy's concerns about grading. There was an issue on the on the carriage house having a steep slope. I mean, if those issues are, if the petitioner can, applicant can take care of those issues, I think the neighbors will feel a lot better. And I think it's a viable project, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Robert. So we've heard the comments of the board. I want to make comments as it relates to the application. I've been to the site several occasions. The posting was not maintained. This board has set precedent in the past for postings. This particular board chaired by myself and previous board chaired by other chairmen. I do have concerns with some of the grading, as Mr. McCarthy does, as far as the application and the submittals for that. I tend to agree they're simply not there. Posting is a stickler to me because it's not providing, the accuracy. I've actually received, unfortunately, many calls and a few knocks on my door regarding that question. So I'd like to see those things put in line. My position is I could vote tonight. There's no doubt I'm prepared to vote. I understand the project. I understand the property very closely. But it's all about consistency and precedent. So I would seek, as Member McCarthy has, a continuance for this. And I would like to open up the board for comment.
Through Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask for, in the event that we do continue it, that we get proposed grading in the area of the existing carriage house that's being raised, and indications as to whether there's going to be a retaining wall or a slope or whatever it's going to be, the landscaping, but something that basically resolves that sloped area or whatever we get left with once that's raised.
Understood, thank you. Any other comments?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, that I'm not objectionable to continuance if you want to alleviate these concerns. If so, and in addition to the providing information with regards to the grading near the carriage house, probably encourage the petitioner to also provide what his plans would be after raising the carriage house for landscape in that area. So I think that may also assist in, as far as drainage is. So that would be.
Agreed, I
those
agree
are-
with that, Mr. Thank you. Any other comments?
Mr. Chairman, Mark Briere.
Bria,
I too was prepared to vote this evening, and I was going to vote in the affirmative. But I must withdraw that for the time being, because we must follow precedence and consistency, so we can maintain the integrity of this board. So while I look favorably upon the petition, I look more favorably upon the established protocol that we use to make judgment for the community we serve. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
thank you, Mr. Bria. Any other comments by the board?
Mr. Chairman, Van Packer, sir.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Just like my colleague, Mr. Chairman, I was also ready to vote. And I do agree that we do have a kind of a foundation and a system to follow. Like I said in my comment, I think the relief or the request they're asking for is very minimal and reasonable. I think what we're trying to do is, like Mr. Briere said, keep the integrity of the process and the way we do this the right way and through the proper protocols. So if the board wishes to continue, I would support that as well. So I do want to just relay the message. If this is continued, this is the notice for the public. There will be no other posting, public letters, anything. This is the notice right now that this meeting or this petition will be postponed. So I just wanted to add my comment to that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I agree. Any other comments or concerns? None being heard. Oh, I'm sorry, George. Go ahead. Nope.
Yeah, I actually agree with Ms. Member McCarthy. I think if all the documentation is not presented, is not wholly presentable, yes, maybe we should, revisit.
Thank you, Judge. Any final comments? None being said. So, Counselor, you've heard the concerns of the board. It's administrative. We at this point should move to a continuance because it seems to be the quorum of the board. We are looking at.
Yeah, so clearly the
Just a
board
few
is
items.
interested in continuing, and we're fine with
Yeah.
that. As far as
Okay.
the posting on the lot goes, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
so, the sign was up and, obviously beaten down by the weather. It's in the back of the property.
Yeah.
He will try to, resurrect it, put it back out there. But clearly, all the stakeholders that have concerns have been heard. They're on the meeting. I can't imagine what happened with the public notice, with the records going out via mail. But at this point, I would imagine everybody that needs notice has had notice. But we will certainly agree to put the sign back up on the lot. We will get some post-grading information with regard to the demolition of the carriage house. Understand Member McCarthy's concerns regarding grading of the proposed home and the entranceway walkways. We'll provide all of that information for the next hearing.
Very much appreciated, Counselor. That'll afford us to move to a vote on this as a continuance two meetings. There will not be a third. That being said, January 11th, 2021 is our next scheduled meeting, as this is our last of this tough year. Is that amenable to your schedule, Counselor?
It certainly is.
Thank you. That being said, Mr. Clerk, may I have a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney Gary, also, I want to mention the landscaping plan with the.
Yes, we'll provide that as well, Member Callahan.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion on ZB 2020-42 for 50 Wentworth Ave to continue the public hearing to January 11th, 2020.
May I have a second?
Van Tecchia, I'll second the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. May I have a roll call, please?
Chairman Perrin,
Approve continuance to January 11th, 2021.
Member Peck,
Approve continuance.
Member Callahan,
Approve continuance to January 11th, 2021.
Member McCarthy,
Approve continuance to January 11th, 2021.
Member Briere,
Approve continuance.
Member Procope, oh, is he muted?
George, you're muted.
My apologies. Approve continuance, January 11, 2021.
And Member Naroge.
Approve continuance to January 11th, 2021.
Thank you. Thank you, Council, and I want to thank all the citizens for participating tonight. As stated by the Mr. Vice Chair, this is the public notice. There are no further requirements other than the posting for this continuance. And Council, we look forward to seeing you at that time. We wish
Thank you,
a
Mr. Chairman,
happy
members
holiday.
of the board. Happy holidays, happy new year, and hopefully everybody stays safe and healthy.
Same to you.
Thank you. You the
Thank
same,
you, same to
Council.
you.
Take care.
Thank you.
That being said, moving forward to ZBA 2020-50 for variances, Old Jack Development Corporation, 16-20 Court Street, Section 5.1. Kojak Development Corp. to seek a variance approval to unmerge two lots that have merged for the purpose of zoning and construct a new single-family house on the vacant lot. The properties are located in a traditional neighborhood two-family TTF zoning district. The existing home at 16 Court Street requires variance under Section 5.1 for minimum lot area per dwelling unit, frontage, usable open space per dwelling unit, front yard setback, side yard setback, and rear yard setback. Proposed home at 20 Court Street requires variances under Section 5.1 for minimum lot area per dwelling unit, frontage, side yard setback, rear yard setback, and usable open space per dwelling unit, and any other relief required in the lower zoning. There are members of the petitioner here this evening.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Attorney George Theodore, representing the petitioner, Kojak
Good evening,
Development
Counselor.
Corporation. We had appeared before the board on November 23rd, and there was a discussion that evening and consideration taken at the request of the board to consider changing our application to attach a structure, a dwelling, to the existing dwelling, and to develop the property and create a two-family structure, to create a one structure that has two dwelling units in it. And that was presented to us. It was thoughtful to keep it consistent with the zoning of this area, which is a TTF zone, and at the same time would minimize the relief that we are requesting and the number of variances. So we went ahead and we put, and the proposals were sent over. We have two proposals that were sent in which the structure was attached to the existing structure. That shows, at first, we didn't think we'd be able to have the parking, but then we were able to figure out and configure the parking in there. And those two were provided to you, and it shows the parking configuration on the side of the lot. So we went ahead and took a look at this, and then, we took a hard look at Court Street and presented a chart that was sent in, and took a look at Court Street and went up and down Court Street. And when you look at this area here and the street and the zoning, that's a TTF, you see that Court Street itself, of the 14 homes that are on Court Street, only 3 of them are multi-family homes. There's 1 3-family and 2 2-family homes. When you take a look at the relief that we're requesting, there are only 4 lots on this street that comply with current zoning for lot size, lot area per dwelling unit, and frontage. So in taking a look at all this and what could fit in over here, we're proposing, and we've presented it to you in a memo, that the norm on this street are not multifamily homes, not 2-family homes, but the norm is single-family home. And if we were to go ahead and develop this as add a structure to it, create this parking lot on one side, which is, from what we see, is how we'd have to set up the parking. We don't see that as being complementary to the neighborhood. We see it as being a detriment to the neighborhood. Now, there was discussion before looking over on Manchester Street, and we had mentioned those lots on Manchester Street, and I'm familiar with those lots when they were developed. I had represented the developer back then. These are 2 different examples. We're comparing apples and oranges here. The comparison of those, the number of those large 2-family units on the lots themselves, that side of the street was vacant land. It was purchased from National Grid, and it was developed by the developer at that time, and it was vacant land. What we are proposing over here is a far more difficult situation, and we are talking about the infill of a single-family residence on a vacant and underutilized lot. So I want to make that distinction on Manchester Street, where those large duplexes exist, as opposed to what we have right here. And when you take a look at the street and take a look at the homes that are on that street, the infill of this single-family home fits in with the neighborhood. It fits in with the other homes in the neighborhood. And this development of putting a single-family home in would be beneficial to the neighborhood, promote single-family ownership, and also would be a benefit to the city in adding much-needed housing. Now, I know that can be accomplished by adding that structure, adding a dwelling unit to the existing structure. But we're not talking about the same thing. We're talking about creating a single-family home, which I had mentioned before. The applicant, Timothy Juzak, who's the principal of Kojak Development, is the same individual, as I said before, has constructed 128 Manchester Street on the corner of Manchester Street and Court Street. He's also the same developer and petitioner in the application for 7 and 11 Abbott Street, in which we requested relief to unmerge the lots to allow for the construction of a single-family home at 7 Abbott Street. Abbott Street was a much tighter situation. I have to argue that we didn't have a discussion about, and that is a TTF zone on the border of a TMU zone. We didn't have a discussion about adding an additional structure to the existing building, but the infill of the single-family home on that lot. Now, that has been accomplished in both cases, where this petitioner is not looking to, well, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with petitioning, getting approval and trying to sell something and increasing the value in the business sense. However, our client goes ahead, obtains the approvals and builds these out. And what you have by virtue of the appeal process through this board, because it can't happen unless it goes through this board, and by getting the approvals through this board, what we have are 2 new single-family homes that are ready to be sold to increase, a much needed home ownership in the city. And in order to do that, in order to build in these tight lots, you have to be creative. And you have to be creative and know how to do it and be effective, cost effective to build a quality structure. At the same time, we ask this board to be creative in the same way. When we consider, the number of variances can be used to knock down an application as a sword, and I don't think it should be looked upon that way. I think when you look upon this board as an appeal board, that these are necessary measures to request the relief for in an open forum, to garner your support, to have your support in order to allow these developments to go through. And with your support, this will allow another single-family home to be constructed. And as I said, the zoning here, although it's TTF, the norm and the majority of the homes, except for 3, are all single-family homes. Single-family homes of the same size, and as a result, this wouldn't be a detriment to the neighborhood or in any way a detriment to the literal enforcement of the zoning ordinance. I understand the sentiment of the board last time to consider this, and we did. But given what we have in front of us on Court Street, we asked you to consider our application to allow us to go forward on this. So if we have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Also here tonight is Matt Hammer of Landplex.
Very well. Thank you, Councilor. Appreciate that. That being said, I'd like to open it up to the public. Anyone wishing to speak in favor? In favor? In favor? That portion of the public hearing is now closed. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? In opposition? In opposition? That portion of the public hearing is now closed. I'd like to open up to the board. Sean?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation there, Attorney Theodoro. Really appreciate it. Thank you for providing the supplemental information. My concern at the last hearing that Dennis had brought up was trying to see if attempts were made to try to figure out whether or not a 2-family would better fit into this parcel, because based on the fact there isn't a TTF zone, the size of the lot, and trying to minimize the variances. After looking at your supplemental memorandum as well as the information provided, I think every effort was made to try to do that. And to your credit, and I appreciate that. I think the plan to put a single family in this is probably and that was my only concern. The one thing I did want to mention, I believe last time I had mentioned the fact that there was some hardscape in the back was going to be raised. I just want to make sure that Mr. Hammer mentioned that was. I just want to make sure that you work with DPD to try to provide a form of landscape. How that's going to be landscape. Probably would add that as a. That being said, I appreciate the efforts and thank you for providing the information and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, Sean. Mark?
Mark Ria, Mr. Chairman. I went from being comfortable with this petition to being confident with this petition. I think we extended some courtesies to fellow board members, and I think the petitioner responded with equal courtesy. I liked what he had to say, that we all had to be rather clever in the designs and what we're trying to achieve for the city. We are truly a partnership when it comes to that. So as a result, I'll vote in favor of this petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. George?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I agree with Member Mark that I do feel a little bit more comfortable this time around. And to your fact, George, good name, by the way. The city does need, housing, and it's a hope that, this is something that can be affordable and something that can, that's conducive to the neighborhood, that it won't have that negative impact. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, George. Dennis?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank Attorney Theodoro for that presentation and for taking the time to examine the opportunity to provide something that would be more in keeping with zoning, and also for providing the document that I assume it was you, Attorney Theodoro, that prepared the document that compared the 16 different lots on that street. Is that correct?
Yes, I went to the right to the city assessor's records and went right through. And as you see how I laid it out, I did the even numbers on one side of the street, which relates to 16 and 20 Court Street, which is where our property is, and the odd numbers are the lots across the street.
In looking at that document, I broke it into 3 groups. A group of sites that are in the 5,000 to 11,000 square feet, roughly 38% of that 16 numbers are in that group. And the group of sites that are in the 3,000 to 4,000, which is quite a bit less than zoning, roughly 38% are in that group. And then 24% are in the group that are below 3,000 square feet, which is where these 2 lots will lie. So it's in the lower tier, lower quarter, if you will, of what is in that 16 lot list that we will have when we have this development, if we approve it. I really enjoyed your presentation tonight, though, and am persuaded to agree with you that this would be a better choice than trying to come up with a clever, if not contrived, solution that meets zoning with a 2-family attached and somehow live with what we have there. I think one of the advantages to this design especially is that it preserves the single family that's there right now, rather than try to create a odd, if you will, 2-family out of it. And in worst case would be tearing it down and scrapping a perfectly good structure in lieu of building a 2-family that would be side by side, similar to what's on Manchester Street, which is certainly doable, but I hate the idea of throwing away a perfectly good structure just to meet the zoning application. So I'm glad we went through this exercise. I thank you very much for entertaining this, and I agree with you. I think that this does provide a fit. I don't know, Fran, what to do about the zoning, because the intent of zoning, here, we're certainly changing that in my mind to some degree, but it is a very logical solution to pursue this the way it's presented, in my mind. So I'm in favor of it. I'm glad we went through this process, and I think your presentation tonight was commendable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dennis. Van?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I do want to say thank you to Mr. Theodore for his summary and his overview of the whole project. And, I also agree with my colleagues. I think this is a very reasonable project. It's a very fair compromise. So I do want to thank the petitioner for working with the city and DPD and all the concerns to alleviate kind of all the questions we had. Overall, I think this is the most, like I said, just a very fair compromise to the petition, and it'll fit into our neighborhood as well, and add needed housing to the city. So overall, I think I'll vote in favor of this. So I do want to wish the petitioner the best of luck. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Van. Robert?
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, I would lean to favorably granting relief for this one. I mean, looking at the raw numbers here, I'm looking at the open space usage numbers here, and we're getting an improvement. So I'm a numbers guy, and I like that. I lean towards approving this, and I think it. I think I have no problem whatsoever in going ahead and approving it.
Thank you, Robert. Well, Council, you've heard the comments of the board, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for outlining and explaining, in comparison to other projects in the neighborhood, and to give a balanced view of the intent of zoning from both sides. Very well spoken, and I appreciate your knowledge and sharing that with the board, as well as the citizens of the city, for everyone to truly understand what the zoning board is, what the zoning is, and the intent, and all the rules and the requirements, and take into account everything, neighborhood, and the like. So, as always, well prepared. I'm in favor. I think what you've done over there, as far as meeting the requests and the demands of the board, as well as the neighborhood, and along with your team, putting together a nice package. Those are my comments. Any other comments or concerns by any of the board members? None being heard. That being said, may I have a roll call? Or strike that. May I have a motion, Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure we have one condition, Attorney Theodoro, to provide updated site plan noting removal of concrete patio on lot 13, and work with DPD to utilize that space for green space. That's agreeable.
Absolutely. Thank you. That's agreeable.
Hammer?
I'd like to just make one comment. There was some engineering comments that came from on the drainage stormwater team that needed to be added as well. And I'm sure Fran has that information.
Fran?
Did they issue a comment directly in the comment memo, or was that something that you had determined through a discussion with Mike Stewart?
Yeah, it was a conversation with Mike Stewart.
I have it right here, Matt.
Yeah,
It's the November 19th email.
Yeah, so there were two comments. One is that the owner will be required to clean the gutters twice a year, spring and fall. And the second is that we have an overflow detail for the roof leader, and that is going to be considered typical because there'll be multiple leaders put around the building.
I have those as well in my emails here. So
Is that something we need to condition, Fran?
yes, just adding a condition. Often I'm not sure if this board does it, but the planning board often will just say that the applicant will adhere to the conditions set forth by the city stormwater team. And then that will,
Okay, so,
yeah.
yeah, so we just have those two conditions. Great.
Okay, with that, through you, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion on ZB 2020-50 for 16 and 24th Street for variance approval for 16 Court Street under section 5.1 for minimum lot area per dwelling unit, minimum front yard setback, minimum side yard setback, rear yard setback, and for 20 Court Street for approval under section 5.1 for minimum lot area per dwelling unit, minimum frontage, minimum side yard setback, minimum rear yard setback, and usable open space to unmerge two lots that have merged for the purposes of zoning and to construct a new single-family residential building on the vacant lot, with the condition that the applicant is to provide an updated site plan noting removal of the concrete patio on lot 13 and work with PPD on green space plans to replace that area. And the applicant, the second one is the applicant will adhere to the conditions set forth by stormwater.
May I have a second?
I'd like to second the motion.
May I have a roll call, please?
Chairman Perrin,
Approval conditions.
Member Peck,
Approve with conditions.
Member Callahan,
Approved with conditions.
Member McCarthy,
Approve with conditions.
Member Briere,
Approve with conditions.
Member Procope,
Approve with conditions.
Member Naroge.
Approved with conditions.
Well, Council, you've been unanimously approved. We wish you the best of luck with this project moving forward, and wish you a happy holiday and a happy new year. Stay safe and healthy.
Same to
sir.
you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
And I want to thank the board. There are times when the board seeks an analysis, and it's great to be able to have the answers that make for a better process and a better application. And I want to thank you. And a happy
sir.
holiday to
Appreciate it.
everybody.
Yeah, happy
Thank you kindly.
holiday.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
You too.
We're moving
See you next
moving
year.
forward under new business. Thank you. Under new business, EBA 2020-55 for variances, Fatima Jahi. Jaitai, I apologize, at 173 Westford Street, section 5.1. We've received the communication. The applicant has requested a continuance to January 11th, 2021. Is the petitioner here for comment? None
They
None
didn't
being
indicate
heard,
that
may I
they
have-
were going to be.
Okay.
presenting.
Perfect. None being said, may I have a motion, Mr. Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion on ZB 2020-55 for 173 Westford Street to continue the public hearing in this matter to January 11th, 2021.
Thank you, may I have a second?
I'd like to second the.
Second by, second
Mr.
by,
Chair-
oh, Mr. McCarthy?
Sorry, there is one comment though, and that is that it again doesn't meet the prerequisites for an application, since there's no sign erected on the site at the moment. And so we need the applicant to, I think, do a minimum application with the erection of a notice on the site. Fran, is
Thank you,
that,
Mr.
that's
McCarthy.
true? I haven't seen one, and I don't know if they've submitted a photograph, but there isn't one today on the site at least.
There are other outstanding items that make this application incomplete, and I've been in communication with the applicant about them, but I will remind them that they need to erect the sign at the site at least 14 days before the meeting.
And Fran, please extend the concerns of the boards with providing a complete application for the next hearing. That'd be much appreciated.
Yeah.
Do I have a second on that by Mr. McCarthy?
Yes, I'll second the motion.
Yes, thank you. May I have a roll call?
Chairman Perrin,
Accept continuance to January 11th, 2021.
Member Peck,
Approve continuance.
Member Callahan,
Approve continuance to January 11th, 2020.
Member McCarthy,
Approve continuance to January 11th, 2021.
Member Briere,
Approve continuance.
Member Procope,
Move continuance to January 11th, 2020.
Member Naroge.
Approve continuance to January 11th, 2021.
Thank you, gentlemen. Moving on to ZBA 2020-53 variance, Cassandian Enterprises, 60 Fletcher Street, Section 6.1. Cassandian Enterprises is applied to the Zoning Board of Appeals, seeking variance approval to rehabilitate the existing structure and convert it into a bank and office building. The property is in an urban neighborhood mixed-use UMU zoning district and the downtown Lowell Historic District. The conversion requires variance relief from the off-street parking requirements per Section 6.1 and any other relief required under Lowell zoning ordinance. The petitioner here this evening.
I am, Mr. Chair.
Tell
Good
us a
evening,
little
Mr.
bit about your project.
Great. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name is Brian Melissi with Whitman and Bingham Associates. We are the project civil engineers, and we are here representing Cassandian Enterprises. As the notice said, we are asking for relief from Section 6.1 of the Lowell zoning code for off-street parking. The subject property is located at 60 Fletcher Street, which is actually right at the corner of Fletcher and Dutton Street. And it is the location of the former McKittrick Hardware building. Cassandian Enterprises has bought the land, bought the buildings, and they're in the process of trying to rehabilitate those buildings into a bank and some professional office use. Currently, the project architect, which is Gavin and Sullivan Architects, has been working with the National Historic people. It's my understanding that they have received approval and some tax credits to go ahead with some of the development of the building. Our proposal here, we are starting with you, the Zoning Board of Appeals, due to the relief that we'll get to in a second. But we do realize that we need to garner a special permit and site plan approval from the City of Lowell Planning Board, as well as work with the stormwater team to come up with a stormwater design for the parcel. I don't know if you guys have had a chance to look at the site plan. Again, it's right at the corner of Fletcher Street and Dutton Street. We are taking the buildings, the building, we're not adding any new buildings to the proposal. I think that's important to put out there. We're not adding buildings or adding structures, we're simply rehabilitating them. The proposal does call for 2 means of egress out onto Dutton Street. Both will be 2 ways egresses to access 2 basic separate parking areas. One at the end of the building where the bank anchor will be, and that contains approximately 11 parking spaces. And then the second one behind the building contains 27 spaces for a total of 38 new parking spaces. The proposal calls for a new drive-up ATM to be affiliated with the bank, and as such is along it will be planned west of the property along the property line. The site is laid out such that all the parking meets the City of Lowell zoning regulations. We do meet all the landscape regulations as far as perimeter landscape areas, as well as interior landscape areas. It is such that when we lay out the parking and utilize all the available area, we are about 34% short of what your zoning code would call for a building of this size. In numbers, when we do the parking calculation, it calls for 58 spaces. Again, we propose to have 38 spaces. As part of the application, we sent a narrative outlining the 3 criteria that is required for your board to issue a variance in such a case. The special hardship owing to circumstances relating to the soil conditioning, shape, or topography of the land or structures, and especially affecting such land or structures but not affecting generally the zoning district. As I stated previously, the buildings situated at 60 Fletcher Street are existing vacant buildings. They're also considered historic. The applicant is attempting to revitalize the downtrodden property and bring it back to its glorious nature. The special hardship in this case is the fact that the proposal takes a historic downtown building in his attempt to bring it into compliance with current zoning standards. Demolition of part of the buildings to make room for additional parking probably would not be allowed due to its historic nature. And it really would be not going along with the proposal to try to simply block off some of the existing floor space of the building. Item B, which is considered public good, desirable relief may be granted without substantial detriment to the public good. It is our belief that desirable relief can be granted without detriment to the public good. The proposal rehabs a downtrodden vacant building in the downtown area and brings it back to life. It would certainly be an understatement to say that the general downtown area is currently going through some major changes. This property is right at the very end of the Lord Overpass project. And as a matter of fact, some of the information that we provided to the board shows that the applicant granted both permanent and temporary construction easements to allow some of the realigning of the existing sidewalk along the Fletcher and Dutton Street intersection. And so we certainly do think that it can, this desired relief can be granted without substantial detriment to the public good. Bring this building back on the tax roll and rehabbing it certainly would be within the public good. And again, number C, intent of zoning, satisfied without nullifying or substantially derogating from the intent of the zoning. Again, in this instance, we believe the relief can be granted without nullifying or substantially derogating from the intent of the zoning. The applicant is providing for as much on-site parking as possible while still taking into account the dimensional standards and typical parking spaces and landscape and open space standards of the current zoning code. Part of the package, we did submit to you the progress set of architectural plans. They're fairly detailed in nature, again, going through a lot of the painstaking process due to the historical nature of the building and some of the exterior of the buildings. It goes through a pretty detailed explanation of building areas and floor areas. The building itself, although it looks like one building, is actually a series of 4 buildings. The one where the bank would be occupying is actually a 4-story building. The bank would be taking the lower story, and the next 3 stories up would be office space. The next building over, working, say, Plan East, is literally going to become a lobby area and access to the new elevator that will access those upper floors. And the other 2 buildings, Building C, we call it, is just a 2-story building, while Building D, which is the closest to Cushing Street, is a single-story building. And again, those buildings will be rehabilitated to current code to make for professional office space. I know I was probably very quick, Mr. Chairman. That is our proposal. Again, we're here seeking relief from section 6.1 for the off-street parking regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate the information. That being said, I'd like to open up to the public. Anyone wishing to speak in favor? In favor? In favor. That portion of public hearing is now closed. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? In opposition? In opposition. That portion of public hearing is now closed. I'd like to open up to the board. Mark?
I think this is a real exciting project, and it will add to the revitalization of the area. I know there are some parking concerns, but the value to a repurpose of that building, I believe, far outweighs any relief that may be asked for with respect to the parking. I'm wholeheartedly in favor of the project. So whatever may come as a result of the further comments, I think we need to work together on this to ensure that this revitalization continues and it will be of tremendous benefit to the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Robert?
Yeah, to echo the previous board member, this is a very, it looks like an exciting project here. The zoning, I think we are right in the zoning district use, and the only thing that I see as a problem is the parking. But based on revitalization of the city, I think that should be a relief I can consider, given the parking. So I tend to want to approve this one.
Thank you, Robert. George?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I agree with the fellow board members. I think this would be an exciting project, and it's right along where other modifications are being made, like the courthouse, for instance. I would think that in addition to the parking, if there is consideration about the foot traffic, and if they can be, because again, it being a bank, I would be concerned because that area is heavily driven, and I don't know if there's something that you can do that you can consider trying to mitigate the traffic, especially I'm assuming, in the future as the courthouse is done, people walking back and forth to that bank. From a construction perspective, I would wonder if there is something that you can consider. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, George. Van?
Van Peck here, through you, Mr. Chairman. I also agree with my colleagues in terms of this is actually a very exciting project, and it's a good, reuse and repurpose of this building. And just like speakers before me, a good way to kind of re-energize the downtown area. I think, I'm in a similar boat or mindset of everybody else. The only concern that I would have is parking. I do think in downtown parking is very hard to come by. I do think this project can go forward. I think what I would like to see, Mr. Chairman, through the applicant, is kind of some kind of there's several garages kind of not too far from this proposed site. I don't know if we could talk about perhaps some kind of leasing or some kind of we've done this for other projects, just some kind of contract MOU with one of the garages or another business. I really do think this is a good project. I really want to, I would hate to not vote in favor due to parking, but I think, about 24 spots is part of relief for parking that I'm comfortable with. So I would like to see if we can do some kind of a hybrid parking plan, or lease with one of the garages or neighboring business. So those are my thoughts, but overall, I think this is an amazing repurpose and project for this building. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Van. Dennis?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, what an exciting project. I'm thrilled. I kept looking in the plans to find out where the residential was, because I'm not used to seeing a completely commercial building application in front of us. I kept thinking there must be residential on one floor. So you're doing 58 spaces are required. And in the business use, it's roughly 1 per 400 square feet. But the way I see these plans, it's great that this is repurposing an old building, but old buildings like this have a lot of inefficiencies with their floor plates based on the structure and just their orientations and things. the 1/400, I think, ratio is applicable to a much more generic, simple, efficient floor plate. So not that there's a lot of wasted space here, but there's a lot of space that I think is going to not be conducive to an efficient layout for 1/400. I bet the ratio per square foot per person in the business setting is going to be 1:5 or 1:6. So I could easily, in my mind, justify the parking ratio being less parking than what we would typically ask for. That being said, typically we would condition or have in the past conditioned a 6-month review, maybe, or a 1-year review. The fact that you're downtown, that you're in close proximity to the train, I think would probably see some of that foot traffic. There'd probably be a lot of foot traffic coming across from the courthouse and from the Hamilton Canal District. So the need for parking, although that's one major aspect to anything downtown, is that it's easy to park, I think would be reduced. So I could easily see us granting this, but like I said, maybe there's a condition that we do some kind of review after the occupancy happens, just to be sure that we're not impacting other businesses and other residential or uses downtown adversely with extra burden of parking that this project might represent. But like I said, I think that the building itself justifies a higher ratio, and so I can easily see us granting this. And what an exciting project to see commercial. So very nice presentation. A lot of comments though from the city. So we're not really addressing those in this application. Maybe just speak to that, because right now, if you look at the comments from the city, there's several pages that get into a lot of detail, particularly regarding pedestrian. Could you kind of help me through that? Is that just because we're at an early stage here, or why are there so many loose ends here with comments from the city?
I don't want to speak for the city. I know Francesca's on the line. We did receive a comment letter. What we tried to do, Mr. Chair and members of the board, is to provide a response letter for your file. Not necessarily telling you exactly what we do on every single one of those, but at least putting an outline together. I think some of the loose ends are the fact that we're starting here with the zoning board. If for some reason the relief doesn't go as requested or whatever it may be, some of that proposal will have to be changed. Rather than hustling in all sorts of revised plans, I certainly like to get the input of the board to find out, if there's anything that they would like to see on the revised plan. So that being said, and Francesca, jump in here if I do say anything wrong. I do think some of the loose ends have the fact that we have not been in front of the planning board for site plan approval. Some of the comments were stormwater related. Very quickly, we're reducing the amount of impervious area on the site by about 20%. So the stormwater quantity will certainly be taken care of. We have our first meeting with the stormwater team on Wednesday morning to begin the process of seeing what they would like to do on the site as far as stormwater goes. So we certainly understand and realize that we do have permits and requirements from their end. Again, this is the jump off point for the project. But the applicant, again, I think I mentioned, has gone through the National Historic people just to make sure that this project was doable from along those lines. When they certainly got the green light and the thumbs up from them, we thought it comfortable now to start submitting to the board. I don't think we'd want to take the time and go through every single comment by comment, but please rest assured that the applicant is more than willing to work with the Department of Development and Planning to kind of go through all of those. Some of the comments having to do with crosswalks, we would certainly put crosswalks, where the department required them to. There was one comment that a handicap ramp is shown, but no crosswalk was shown there. That actually has to do, we kind of picked that up off of the City of Lowell project, where that tip down or that handicap ramp is going to go. And if the city project did not call for a crosswalk there, we would certainly paint one. We certainly want the site to be as safe for pedestrians as well as the vehicles and people parking there. We do have a little bit of ways to go. Hope I answered your question, but that was kind of the reason I think there were so many comments from the get.
Oh, I guess I'll listen to my other fellow board members, particularly you, Sean. How do we condition this? I mean, in the past, we would condition, we would adopt the conditions of the planning board as our conditions. We don't know what those conditions are right now. We're so early on in the process, you don't even have a stormwater plan developed here. And so there's a lot of, I think that as far as the variance goes for parking, I can easily support that. But as far as the technical aspects of the design, we still don't have a lot of detail there. So I'm not sure how we would condition anything beyond, because we don't really have, I don't know. I'll wait for you, Sean, and see how you weigh in on this and learn from you. But I really like the project a lot and can easily support a reduction in parking. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Sean?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate, Dennis, thank you for relying upon my, I guess, some sort of guidance on this. I'm not sure. Yeah, you're right. This is a different scenario. Usually we're adopting the planning board conditions, but we're first in line here for the parking. And again, I generally don't have problems with the parking as well. So I don't know if maybe we could, and I'll leave it to Fran to maybe, I don't know, Fran, could we throw in some sort of condition if we had a condition of like any other conditions from any other boards must be applied or must be adhered to as a condition of ours?
Yes, you may do that.
We'll make something. We'll
If I may, Mr. Chair.
I think it's a great. Sure.
Oh, I apologize to interrupt. But I would surely, I do understand the chicken and the egg thing here. If we were to put this project in front of the planning board at this point, needing zoning relief, they basically, they would be well within their rights to say, hey, we can't even look at this thing. So I do believe that we would be more than welcome a condition that would say, permits to be brought back to the ZBA for review. We could be called to one of your subsequent meetings to go over those conditions. And if there's something that that really needed to be tweaked or talked about, that we would certainly do that. Again, this is the jump off point. We kind of had to start somewhere type of thing. So we would be more than welcome a condition like that.
And I guess we can put it on for an administrative review as well. After all is said.
Yeah, I think,
Just the-
I agree. I think if, my memory serves me, several years back, we were in a similar type petition. And I believe under all other relief required in the zoning, we put a condition, a stipulation that all comments submitted to the zoning board for petition must be read and reviewed by associate boards within the city. So that's just my quick thoughts,
All right.
Mr. Clerk, on how to formulate this.
Makes sense.
That
makes sense.
And I do agree.
But
Go ahead, Sean. I apologize.
no, that being
other-
said, I mean, again, I really don't have any. The one thing that kind of caught my eye too was the I know in one of your responses to the comments, Mr. Milius, Elisi, excuse me, I pronounced that right. There was a question about how many employees possibly could be in the building one time. You said at full build out, there could potentially be 70, and we're looking at spaces of about 58. But then now we got to take into account, customers who are going to be going to the bank or any other whatever businesses are there that are going to require parking. Something that we could probably work with. I mean, I don't know if we can just look into any other potential parking spaces in the area. One thing that did catch my eye, and I don't know, maybe this is something to look at, and I don't know if you've looked at it. Looking on Cushing Street, which is a dead end, I guess it's kind of a dead end street or more of a kind of almost a paper street per se. The top right-hand side where the parking is set to go when you go out to Cushing, on the Cushing Street side, I mean, it's a big area there on that street that could be utilized for street parking, I guess. I'm not sure if there's how that's laid out with the city as far as parking on that street is concerned. But it looks like that there's no access to the building from Cushing Street at all, unless you go all the way down on towards Fletcher Street and then come back. Was there any thought on that? I'm like opening up an area on the Cushing Street side, at least for foot traffic access, or even maybe another entrance or exit for vehicles. Was there any? What are your thoughts? Was there any review on that?
From a vehicular standpoint, there's quite an elevation difference between most of the property at 60 Fletcher Street and the Cushing Street. As a matter of fact, the majority of it it's a fairly large retaining wall. For that reason, we certainly didn't look at any vehicular access out onto Cushing Street. And to be perfectly honest, we didn't look at any parking, by providing a set of stairs or something to that effect in order to allow pedestrian access to the site. Cushing Street is a dead end. There's no access straight through to Fletcher Street. And we didn't know whether providing or making traffic flow down that way and having to do a turnaround to come back out would cause more of a headache than it was worth. So to answer your question, no, we really didn't look at it, but we certainly could revisit.
I mean, just a thought. I mean, as far as the vehicular, you're correct. I mean, with the elevations, and I'm just trying to, and also it would take out some of the parking because of that. And I'm looking at the plan for the parking, and I was trying to figure out, is there a possible way to get for a vehicle, if you even had some way of doing it, even with the elevation. But then you'd have to take out about 2 or 3 parking spaces in order to do that. And in order to keep the remaining thing intact. So, at least for the foot traffic, I think that's probably something you may want to look at. I know, I believe the neighborhood planners brought up something about foot traffic in the area. I don't know. I think it's maybe something. I don't think it's something we can have to have but something like that. Because I think that if that may give the person an opportunity, if they're just going to the bank and there's no parking in the parking lot, maybe they can park on Cushing Street and walk over without having to go all the way down to Fletcher Street. That's something I think to look at. But with that, I mean, again, was there any exploration about other parking in the area in the event that the building does become fully staffed and there's going to be a parking crunch with potential employees that are there as well as customers?
I know the applicant, they did look at some of the adjoining properties. One in particular, you can see if you are looking at the site plan, our driveway is kind of coming in a circle, a piece of property that is not owned by the applicant. We did look into, or he did look into purchasing that to provide more parking. It's not able to be obtained at this point. There is on-street parking along Dutton Street, further on down, say Plan West. And we can certainly look into those, but certainly adjacent to our site, we looked at and were unable to garner any more property.
I guess maybe a condition, my fellow board members, or something to work with DPD on trying to come up with a plan for overflow parking or something to that effect. That would be, my fellow board members are agreeable to that, just to make sure that we try to make sure that we're not running into a parking crunch in that. I really like the project. I really think this is something that needs to be developed. That building, many years. I think this is going to be absolutely great thing for the city in developing that project. We already have a potential tenant with a local banking establishment that's already going to be utilizing it. And I think this would be a great thing for the city. I wish you the absolute best of luck.
Thank you, Sean. So, as you see, there's several conditions we're looking at here. We're looking at conditioning other boards in the city, the appropriate actions they need to obtain for this. Looking at a minimum of an administrative review for 6 months, which I think is agreeable. And then, as we have done in several other petitions in the heavy areas of downtown, is just have conversations with local parking lots, some type of police parking, just to try to relieve some of that denseness, if you would. So that being said, and then obviously return with what the planning board has decided with their comment to conform with our decision here tonight. So those are the conditions. Any other conditions? I think we covered them all.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just want to double check with Fran. Fran, as far as the parking for overflow parking plan, would that also involve the parking department as well? Should we add them?
I don't think so. They oversee the on-street parking spaces in the garages, but an overflow parking plan could potentially involve a lease with another business or property owner, so that fee is separate from the parking.
Yeah, because I think again, one of my questions was with regards to Cushing Street, as whether or not, I mean, that area back there has on-street parking. It's hard to tell because it's just a street that runs up and then stops at Fletcher Street. It almost becomes like a paper street. So I think, you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, so I think if we encompass a condition that the petitioner will seek space leasing within private businesses and public garages, as long as due diligence is done, I think there may be some positive action coming out of that. And then the six-month administrative review. Any other comments or concerns from the board?
I
I'm
think
being
that-
heard. May I have I'm sorry, Mr. McCarthy.
I think that sums it up pretty well, so I support those, yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. That being said, may I have a motion, Mr. Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion on ZB 2020-53 for 60 Fletcher Street for variance approval under section 6.1 for off-street parking to rehabilitate and convert an existing structure into a bank and office building with the condition that the applicant will abide by all other conditions for all other boards in which they're going forward. Future applicant will work with DPD on parking plan to seek additional parking spaces for overflow parking and 6 months.
Did we lose you? Did I lose you?
Nope. I mean,
Okay, all right. So we get the 6-month administrative review. That being said, may I have a second?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Second by Mr. Briere. May I have a roll call, please?
Chairman Perrin,
Approval conditions.
Member Peck,
Approve with conditions.
Member Callahan,
Approve with conditions.
Member McCarthy,
Approve with conditions.
Member Briere,
Approve with conditions.
Member Procope,
Approve with conditions.
Member Naroge.
Approve with conditions.
So you've been approved by the board with the conditions. We wish you the best of luck in your next steps with the planning board, and we look forward to this project moving forward. As members have said, it's another key part of the revitalization of downtown Lowell. Is the cornerstone of the neighborhood coming into the city and leading out to the university. So we wish you the best of luck with your project, and you have a safe and happy holidays. Happy New Year.
You as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I appreciate your input, and you as well. Have a safe holiday.
Thank you kindly. Moving forward, under new business, ZBA 2020-54, for variance, Joseph and Denise McHugh, 24 Westchester Street, Section 5.1. Joseph and Denise McHugh have applied to the Lowell Zoning Board of Appeals to construct a second-story addition at 24 Westchester Street. The property is located in the suburban neighborhood single-family SSF zoning district and requires variance relief under Section 5.1 for relief from the maximum FAR requirements and all other relief required under the Lowell zoning ordinance. The petitioner here to speak on their petition.
We are.
Yes, we are here.
Good evening. Could you just tell us a little bit about your project?
All we're basically looking to do is add a little bit to our bedroom, because it's an older house, so the bedrooms are small, not a lot of closet space, so we're trying to add on to that. The value of your house and the appeal of the house. We're just looking at a little bit more room. And I guess Chairman McCarthy had mentioned that we didn't have all the things we needed, documents needed. But as far as we knew,
We haven't
everything
got to
was
that point of
submitted
the
weeks
meeting
ago.
yet? Okay. Well, we haven't got to that point of the board discussion, so I'll
Okay, I apologize.
I'll wait and let Mr. McCarthy speak for himself as we move forward. Any other comments or concerns directly related to the petition?
All it's basically doing is just a second floor. It's be adding 224 square feet. We submitted like
224 square?
drawings, 224 feet, yes.
Okay.
It's just
Thank
putting
you.
a second floor over a 14 by 16 existing room.
Okay. All right, any other comments, sir?
Not that unless somebody has something, anything.
Yep,
I
we'll
can-
move forward, we'll move forward with that, yep, thank you. Okay, that being said, I'd like to open it up to the public. Anyone wishing to speak in favor? In favor? In favor. That portion of public hearing is now closed. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? In opposition? In opposition. That portion of the public hearing is now closed. I would like to open up to the board at this time. Dennis?
Through Mr. Chairman, I have a couple of questions, but I think this is a great project. I'd like to always support a fellow EV vehicle driver. I believe I saw.
You saw it in the driveway.
And I'm so thrilled to have a fellow EV driver here in the city, and I think that we should always stick together. So that being said, the application doesn't have a lot of detail to it. That typically comes through with a variance request. First one is the variance for the FAR. So I think if I look to see what you have here for the, I don't know where if we look at comments from the city, from Fran, we don't know where we're headed. The existing FAR is 0.40, maximum allowed is 0.35. So we don't have the new ratio that you're asking for listed here.
It would come to 0.42.
0.42, great.
0.42. It's adding 224 square feet. I'm not 100%, we're not really sure where all those other numbers. I think one of those floors might have been counted twice on the original number. We're trying to add up the numbers to figure out where that number came from. So I'm not sure all those numbers, the addition's correct to begin with.
So you don't have a site plan that kind of helps us understand the total lot area and how the house fits on it.
Well,
And
we have like a plot plan that shows it. That was submitted. The city has a plot plan, and that was back when we finished the addition that's going over this added room.
so
That was in the original plan the city had like 10 years ago or 12 years ago. And we have a copy of that. If that's what you mean, the plot plan showing the building,
well, that would be a
that
start.
was submitted with everything.
Fran, I'm looking at what we have online here, and I see the floor plan that shows kind of existing conditions, not proposed.
Hmm.
Is there a site plan that is here
I don't
somewhere?
recall seeing the site plan.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Maybe it was submitted with their initial.
But we do have a letter from back, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. We had a letter, the site plan would probably not be necessary because we weren't changing the footprint from the original plot plan. We were only going to second floor, so we said it probably wouldn't be, so maybe that was overlooked. But I thought that was covered under the plot plan from the assessor's office that shows the layout.
Well, what I'm struggling with is a document that basically states that we have a FAR increasing from 0.40 to 0.42. And then a floor plan that shows the extent of the addition in proposed. So we have a floor plan here that I think is basically a rough outline of your existing first floor and second floor, but I don't see the proposed second floor. Am I missing that?
Do you have the drawings that I made copies for all of you? They're written drawings, that it was outlined, proposed above it.
So
I did like 8 sets of drawings, so each of you guys have one to look at, the existing, they're hand drawn. They're not with the architectural plans that we submitted. Is that the drawings you're talking about?
So I'm just looking at what's available online, Fran. And in the additional sketches, they're really only elevations that I see. Is there a proposed floor plan somewhere?
I don't. There was not a proposed floor plan for the proposed conditions. All that we have is proposed. The hand-drawn sketch. That is what we have
Elevation.
proposed.
Proposed elevations or proposed floor plan and elevations?
I can look to see the name of.
I'm only seeing elevations in what's online. Side view.
Yep, and all those are to scale for your elevations in the 14 by 16.
Okay. Okay.
I believe I put those numbers, I might have forgot to put the numbers in there for the footprint, but that was all to scale with the elevations from the ground to the first floor, second floor to the roof, all that was in there.
So the document for proposed Member McCarthy is called 24 Westchester Street Addition Sketch.
Yep.
So that is what the only document that I saw that showed proposed conditions. So it shows, it's kind of faded, but it says proposed.
No, it does, but they are only elevations.
Right.
There's no floor plan here that illustrates what we're looking at.
I didn't see floor plans that were proposed either. So
Yeah.
I don't think that we have.
Just going over the exact 14 by 16 room that's existing. Nothing's changed, it's not gonna be any larger or anything like that.
But I believe you. I
Okay.
do really believe you, fellow EV driver. But we have an application coming up that is under other business. That is a applicant that went through the process of drawing everything up. When it came time to build, he had to change things because he didn't like it. And I think it's partly because of the planning process that you need to go through to identify exactly what you need, so that when you're going for your approvals, you get exactly what you want to have, versus coming back to us and saying, you know what, I missed this. I wish I had a couple feet here. Your application really needs to be complete, and there's prerequisites listed. And we really need to have, in my opinion, a site plan that shows exactly what you have for a lot area and the FAR identified on it, and then floor plans that indicate what you're building, particularly new construction, the new pieces that you're building. So you really think through what you're doing, and you come to us for exactly what you need, and you possibly get it, because I don't think you're asking for much here, but your application is just lacking in a thorough prerequisite, follow through here.
Do you have a copy of the architecture's drawings of the second floor that we submitted?
No.
Wouldn't that because we submitted that with all the hand drawings I gave you. So that should have that has everything, all that in there.
My other fellow board members, maybe they have it, but I'm seeing what's available to me from Fran online. Because
I'm asking, would that suffice for you? Because that's something we submitted to City Hall already. We have architect drawings that we submitted.
So
Yes.
the architect,
With that.
sorry to interrupt, but the architecture drawings, we have a 2-page document called the framing plan from TLC Consulting Inc., Structural Engineering. Is that the plans that you're referencing?
That's, I'm asking, yes, those are the plans. I'm wondering if that will suit what you're looking for.
So, Member McCarthy, it's
So going forward, what we need to do.
it's 24 Westchester Street framing plan.
Oh,
is the document.
Framing plans are different than layout plans. They don't indicate rooms, they don't indicate windows, they don't indicate doors, they don't indicate walls. They're only indicating the lumber that it takes to frame the floors and the roof. So unless I'm missing something here, I just don't see the detail that's required for floor plans on these layouts. I see no interior partitions at all.
Yeah, there isn't going to be.
Okay,
There's
so
one open room, 14 by 16, which had the windows front and rear in the drawings I submitted to you. Other than that, I'm not really sure what you need.
I'm
not trying to be, I want to make sure we can satisfy what you need, because we've been trying to do this for a while, and we thought all T's were crossed and I's were dotted already.
All right, it's pretty loose as far as prerequisites, but maybe there's enough here. I am not going to fight this too hard here, but you gave me the FAR, so we can make that a condition that the FAR will be no more than 0.42. And that the plan for the addition will be one open space as indicated on the framing plan. And maybe we could use that as conditions to satisfy the prerequisites, but I'll listen to my other fellow board members. I don't have a problem with what you're doing here, especially when you're not changing the footprint. I think you maintain the property really well, and I think that it'd be great to have a smaller room added to the structure without impacting the neighborhood and zoning. So I'm in favor of this petition. I just wish that we had a more thorough package, but maybe we can just condition those two things and follow through with this. I'll listen to my other fellow board members, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. George?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I was actually in line with Member McCarthy, because as I was going through, I was looking for a site plan. But I understand if you were told by the city that it's not needed, since you're not since you're just opening up, to the top. Yeah, I think it'll be good for the neighborhood. I mean, for what you're doing, just trying to expand some room there. I don't have any other questions. I don't think it's a bad project. I just like Dennis. I wanted to see what the rooms would look like, but I understand. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, George. Mark?
Question for the petitioner. It appears as though the dimensions of the proposed addition would essentially mirror the existing footprint. You agree?
That's correct.
I'll support the petition. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mark. Van?
Van Packett, to you, Mr. Chairman. I overall think this is a petition or an addition that we can approve, and to me, it's not a big ask for a lot of relief. I just want to be mindful, with my colleagues in mind and the viewers and the audience watching, that, if we tell other petitioners they have to do certain things a certain way, in terms of documentation and prerequisites. We should just try to follow that standard for everybody. Mr. and Mrs. McHugh, like I said, I think this petition is fine. I don't have any personal thing against it. I think it can be done and it won't be intrusive or fit in with the neighborhood. I think it'd be a nice addition actually and bring value to the neighborhood. I just want to make sure that we, you know, we seem fair and biased, you know, in terms of the process. So overall, I support the petition. I have no objections, but I just want to be mindful to the board, to my colleagues, Mr. Chairman, that whatever standard we set for other people, we try to, you know, we try to be mindful and stick to the process for everybody. So with that being said, you know, like I said, I will support this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Van. Robert?
Mr. Chairman, I can see where Mr. Board Member McCarthy is coming from, in that we don't have plans that might meet approval by the building department. So maybe I have no objection to approving this relief, but I think we should be on the condition that the building department is, you know, verifies that you know, the extent of the building and what we are being told. You know, we need an existing and proposed plans for this building. So, and I think the petition is going to require that either way when they go to the building department. So, I have no objection to approving this, but maybe with conditions that they get the buy-in from the building department. That's it.
Thank you, Robert. Sean?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I share the same sentiments as I don't believe the petition is fully compliant with what we really need. All a petition we just had several months ago about a young family that was putting an addition that didn't provide everything, and we asked that layout of what was the floor plans were. They ultimately did. This has a little bit more than that petition. Again, I don't want us to get into practices. Member copies getting us a situation. Proving things with less than what we've got. That being said, I think it just meets the threshold, just barely threshold for us to review this petition properly, provided that, as Member McCarthy pointed out, the applicant is in agreement with condition that the FAR will not exceed any more than 0.2. What was the other one, Dennis? There was another. What was the other? There was another condition.
A single room.
Yep, that the floor plan added a single room, one big open space.
The addition is only for a single.
Yep.
The addition is only for a 14 by 16 space.
Right.
If the applicant is in agreement with those conditions, I can let this. I can be. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'll go on the record in saying that this is not a complete application. It doesn't meet the criteria of the zoning board. It has been well established. Whether the project coming is small, large, or indifferent, in my opinion, there are 3 required documents that must be submitted. Whether they were thought to have been submitted, whether they were sent to a department, or they were put in 10 years ago. The problem I have with making conditions on an accepted application that's incomplete is exactly where we're going to tonight in other business. It's not a fair and balanced process if we're not consistent. We took several years as a board, and some members are on this board, to ensure that all applications are consistent, all applications are complete. EPD went so far as to provide checklists to all the citizens and the petitioners, the attorneys, project managers, and the like, And I feel very strongly that we can move forward with every petition that comes in front of us and condition all the conditions backwards. And quite frankly, it's not consistent with fairness and balance to other petitioners, whether they were before us tonight, 2 weeks ago, or even 4 years ago, and the ones in the future. So I am not comfortable moving forward with a vote tonight. I'm one member of this board. To condition items that are required, quite frankly, and not being disingenuous to the petitioner, this is a process that may or may not be new to the petition. And I understand in your words, the simplicity of what you're doing. It's just a 14 by 16. There have been several projects over the years that were simple projects that became extended use, became zoning violations, have turned into minor modifications, or essentially major modifications. And I think that the work of the board, particularly with several members of this board, inclusive with DPD, to establish the criteria of do your homework, come in and do it. And there's plenty of resources within DPD, both in person, online, in the avenues to have those documents. Quite frankly, I don't think it's fair for Member McCarthy to have to be pigeon picking through the online server of what documents are available to him. They should be provided to us. I think this will all work itself out as they always do. This is a very flexible board that likes to work with petitioners, but I think the point of consistency, there's a reason why there's criteria and requirements. There's a reason why the DPD did all the work to provide a checklist. If there was any concerns of where those documents are and where they went over the last several years and what department has them, that ownership is on the petitioner. It's not on the board members. It's not on us to be looking these things up tonight. So I'll open this back up to the board and take. I'm going to open it up to the board and the board only to take their thoughts and their opinion on moving forward with this petition. And then I'll reserve my comments. Any other comments by the board at this time?
Through Mr. Chairman, I would just like to say that it is not a big ask to provide the prerequisites for a variance. And they're clearly listed in the bylaws as to what the applicant is required to provide. So I think that asking for floor plans and a site plan that clearly illustrate the question that or the requirement that they're looking to provide, or the variance that they're looking to ask for, is not a big ask. And I think that we should hold to what the bylaws say and ask for the prerequisites to be met. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yes,
Mr. Chairman.
Mark, go ahead.
No, as I stated earlier, I do favor the petition. However, as expressed by the chairman, and I think he expressed it very eloquently, the precedence and consistency of our protocol protects the integrity of the board. That's always been a goal of Gary's, and I believe it's a goal that all of us and my colleagues share. So while I do favor the petition, and I look forward to assisting this particular homeowner with the improvements to their home, I think what the chairman said made perfect sense, and it provides for fairness for all future applicants. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments by the board?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To your point, I agree. Rio just said. We don't have a completed application. We can't be going down this whole thing, now conditioning things that we need to approve. Conditioning the approval of what we need to approve. That's not the whole point of this. I mean, the point is, we're an appeals board. As any other appeals board, or even in the appeals board as a lawyer, I don't have a full brief with all my evidence, everything lined up, ducks in a row for the appeals court or board to look at. It would be thrown out. So everything needs to be in order. Your point, Mr. Chairman, definitely we must stand firm on. Make sure that everything that comes before this board, all documentation, all information is presented in order for us to make a very wise. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments by the board?
Mr. Chairman, Van Pack here, sir.
Mr. Vice Chairman?
You know, I do want to echo your sentiments, Mr. Chairman, in terms of, you know, balance and fairness. You know, Mr. McHugh, like I said earlier, you know, I support this petition. I think it's a great addition. You know, it's not intrusive. It's just you going on top of your home to add a little more space, which is fine. I think, you know, like everyone has said, it's all about being fair and balanced and just trying to do the right thing by the process and by everyone involved. So, you know, I think, you know, I will vote for it in favor. We just need the documentation. So hopefully you understand. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Any other comments by the board?
I just want to
Mr.
mention, go ahead, so go ahead, George.
Oh, sorry.
George.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, yeah, I do echo your points. You know, being one of the newer members to this board, you know, you try to learn as you go along. And one of the things I do believe is that if a process is established, you need to follow that process in order to, you know, to accomplish your goals. So in looking to see that, you know, from the previous applications that I've reviewed, I've seen a certain set of standards, and this is why I was unsure as to how to proceed with this. I mean, it looks simple enough, you know, from a project perspective, but I wasn't sure about the process with regarding what was required, and it obviously doesn't meet, you know, the minimum standards. So, you know, from a process perspective, but the project itself, I would support.
Thank you, George. Dennis, I believe you had a comment.
I just wanted to, if the petitioner isn't familiar with the lowmass.gov zoning bylaws, variance prerequisites, if you Google that lowmass.gov variant zoning bylaws, and then scroll to 11.2.3 variance prerequisites, and under that is 11.2.4 plans that lists what we're talking about, just so you're aware of it. That's what we're getting at for the, if you're not familiar with that, that's where you go.
Any other comments by the board? I'm sorry, Ms. McCarthy.
Add on to Dennis's point.
Yes.
Add on to Dennis's point. I just looking at the application. I don't know if this was an instance of maybe everything didn't get scanned in, but I don't see the variance supplement was provided in the application itself, which lists everything that needs to be provided in order for us to review a variance.
Right.
Now, again, maybe an instance of it was filled out, but not everything was scanned in. But I only see that we have the main application, land use board main application, but I don't see the variance supplement that provides the list of what we require in order to. So that's another source to go look at.
Thank you, Sean. Any other comments by the board? So we're going to move to a continuance. Your options for this, January 11th to January 25th. We strongly recommend you seek the guidance and support of very informative and knowledgeable DPD staff, as well as the sources provided for you tonight. I believe the 11th will give you plenty of time to put this house in order. If you agree, we can move to a continuance for the 11th. If not, we'll move to a continuance to 25th. What is your wish?
The 11th would be fine. Like I said, I appreciate your time and I understand all your concerns, and we thought, we were talking to Fran, we thought we had everything in that was needed. We thought we were all set 2 weeks ago, otherwise we were provided more documentation. But we were under the impression everything was there. So I totally understand your concerns, and we'll do whatever we need going forward to give you anything you need.
And so we appreciate that. As a board, it's in your best interest as well as it is for this board and the zoning laws. It's in your best interest as well, because you don't want to get to an administrative review, or you don't want to be put in a position down the road where an issue comes to play, and you're forced to go backwards with what you've done. So this is a standard that this board has set, and trust me, I believe this petition will go through when we meet all the criteria. So that being said, can I get a motion for a continuance, Mr. McHugh, to January 11th, 2021?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I want to point out one other thing, and I guess I'll double check. Fran, I don't even see that the notice was even mailed out to any of the abutters within 300 feet. And looking at the application, and I do note that the application is a main application, but then pages two and 3 at the bottom, City of Lowell Zoning Board of Appeals variance, nothing is checked off. We don't have the list of abutters or the notice listed on the screen, so I can't even verify.
We do
that
have,
happened.
right, we do have the certificate of mailing here. I apologize, I must have neglected to upload that.
Okay.
And the abutters list. I don't see the variance supplement. I can follow up with the applicant and see if they maybe have a copy of that, and if not, I'll have them fill that out. I might have.
Okay.
I'm not sure if they included that, but I'll make sure that they submit that as well. But they did notify their abutters. And I apologize, it's just not uploaded to the website.
No worries. I just want to make sure that the abutters were notified too, because that's the case. We got stuck in square one. So just for you, Mr. McHugh, I mean, yeah, normally we'll have a list of the abutters on the website showing us they use and so.
Yep, I looked those 68
That wasn't done
steps.
then. No, I know, I got you. Understandable. But no, we want to make sure that as well, because that was the case. The abutters weren't notified.
Well, anything you see, we do this once, get everything in. That would be great.
Gotcha.
Right.
No problems. Okay, so with that, through you, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion on ZB 2020-54 for 24 Westchester Street to continue the public hearing in this matter to January 11th.
May I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Second by Mr. McCarthy. May I have a roll call, please?
Chairman Perrin,
Approve, accept continuance to January 11th, 2021.
Member Peck,
Approve continuance.
Member Callahan,
Approve continuance to January 11th, 2020.
Member McCarthy,
Approve continuance to January 11th, 2021.
Member Briere,
Approve continuance.
Member Procope,
Approve continuance, January 11th, 2021.
Member Naroge,
Approve continuance, January 11th, 2021.
So you've been continued till January 11th. We're confident with the updated required documents. We'll be able to move forward, as you heard tonight, in a positive position for your petition. And we appreciate your time and understanding and cooperation with the standards of this board. And we wish you a happy holiday and happy new year. And we'll see you on the 11th, sir.
Yes, you too. Thank you for your time, gentlemen, and have a happy holiday.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You
Thank
too.
you. And moving forward under new business, we have ZBA 2020-56 for variances. The Nelson Group at 610 Gorham Street, Section 6.1. Nelson Group has applied to the Zoning Board of Appeals to redevelop the existing building at 610 Gorham Street into a 4-unit residential structure. The building currently has 3 residential units and 1 vacant commercial unit. The subject property is located in the urban neighborhood mixed-use UMU zoning district and requires a site plan review approval per section 11.4 to expand a residential structure with more than 3 dwelling units. Special permit approval per section 12.1 subsection D for the use and the variance per section 6.1 for relief from the off-street parking requirement. Is the petitioner here this evening?
Yes, sir. John
Can you
Pavuso,
state your name?
264 Salem Street, Medford. I'm the operation management for the Nelson Group. Thank you
Okay.
very-
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Thank you very
So
much.
just, if I may, moving, before we do move forward, it has been brought to my attention by a fellow board member colleague that the sign on the property does not meet the requirements. Can you speak to that before we move forward with the petition?
Absolutely, sir. I neglected to order the sign in time. I realized last week that I had not got it. So I printed off a copy and ran it up and nailed it to the side of the building, hoping it would suffice. So that was entirely my fault.
Okay. All right. Mr. McCarthy, do you wish to speak to that in reference to comments by DPD?
Well, the site sign that's required under 6.3.2.20 needs to also include a site plan. This 8.5 by 11, which is not legible from the road by any stretch, does not include even a site plan. So not only is it not large enough to be reasonable to meet the requirements, but it doesn't include the minimum requirements, which includes a site plan.
Yes, sir, I understand that. And I would be more than happy to request a continuance so I can get the proper sign in the latest updated survey from my site engineer files.
Well, sir, your optimism and your cooperation is greatly appreciated and understanding. Certainly, if you've been tuning in over the last several petitions. Yeah, that'll be the basic requirement, as Mr. McCarthy indicated. It must be large to scale, include a site plan, and be readable by eyesight from the street. So we have the petitioner acquiescence to a continuance to the January 11th. Will that suffice your needs, sir?
Absolutely.
Okay. Therefore, I'd like to go direct to a motion. Mr. Clerk?
Before we do that, Mr. Clerk, Mr. Chairman, I just want to point out also, we got the renderings that were just sent to us literally right before the hearing. But I don't see anything in the package with regards to floor, how the units are laid out, how the proposed new unit is supposed to be laid out. So that's one thing that I also want to point.
Sir, if I may.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
I did with the package.
Yes, sir. I didn't see any floor plans. I didn't see any breakdown of the interior. I did see that we got some renderings that look like photos of what is proposed. I don't see it. I don't know. Let somebody else, Grant, or anybody else on the fellow board, have you seen any
I
floor
did
plans?
not receive any any floor plans for the property, only the elevations. Although, we did receive, and I forwarded a confirmation from the building commissioner of the mix of units there, but not an actual floor plan.
I'll certainly get another set. We have them here. In the renderings, I apologize for the lateness. I'm sure you're all familiar with the property. At Nelson Group, we take on these distressed properties and try to revitalize them and make them look really nice. It's part of the owner's, his style, I think, is to take something that looks bad and bring it back to life. But we certainly have floor plans, and if they were not in the package, I apologize. I'll get them to you right away.
Oh, actually, yeah, I like the
Sure, we
rendering. They look,
appreciate
yeah,
that.
they do look really nice.
Yeah, the
especially
the
for
renderings
this
look
property.
look
It looks
tremendous.
really nice.
Yeah.
Again, if you've seen the property, you know what we're dealing with.
Yeah.
But that's what we do. We take these
Well, it's
properties.
on a main, it's on a main thorough, it's on a main thoroughway. It's on a main thoroughway
It is.
going into downtown. It's right off the end of the connector as well. You can see it. But I like the renderings, but I need to know what's inside. How it's broken down, what's going on.
Oh, absolutely. And
That was my
I
point.
don't know why those weren't there.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any other concerns or comments by any of the board members?
Through Mr. Chairman, I just have, in the comment section, the site plan is, also lacking in material required. And so I don't know if you received the comments from the DPD, but we're definitely worried to see how you're going to accommodate zoning, or if you're going to ask for further relief, namely a curb cut that exceeds what's required, what's allowed in that area, and then also just how you're accommodating parking that meets requirements. Anyway, if you look at the comments, you can understand what I'm getting at. But your site plan definitely lacks detail and seems to be a little haphazard. It needs to be studied, I think, in more detail, in my opinion.
Okay, I did speak to the surveyor recently about the size of the curb cut. There is an existing curb cut at the property, right? If you look at the plot plan, it's labeled one proposed. So why he increased it to, 47 feet, I honestly do not know why. So I spoke to him about that and putting the dimensions onto each parking space, but he just listed it both 18 by 9 foot spacing. So yes, we do not have enough parking, which is the basis of our appeal. This is all the land that's there. We're taking down a small garage that had been built years ago, but is no longer usable because the pedestrian signal and sidewalk were put right in front of the door. So that gives us a little more open space, but not too much. And as far as the contours, I'll certainly get those in, but there isn't much room back there. So
Because this is such a tight site, any indication that you can provide with how people will egress out of the building near the parking, how you will provide for trash receptacles and snow storage, and any landscaping or green space that you provide? Right now, the schematic that you provided to us really just indicates a few lines for where the parking spaces are, but really doesn't explain how the site's being used.
of course, obviously there's no room for a dumpster, so we'll have to use roll-off totes. It will be a fully sprinkled building, so the one main exit from the front would suffice under the building code. We had looked at putting in egress on the back, but afraid that would just interfere with our parking requirements. We're already, with the 3-foot setback from the building and 3 foot from the property line, we're already cut. So we're trying to work with what we have.
I'm just mentioning to you what I'd be looking for, in particular with it, and what other board members I'm sure will be looking for, a more complete layout of the site that indicates the details that would, really flesh it out as far as a real project.
Of course.
Thank
You all set, Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy.
All set.
I have a couple other things too. I noticed to Dennis's point about the site. You mentioned the garage, and that was one thing I was like, what do you talk about garage? Yeah, I wasn't sure what you were talking about. When I look at the photos of the property, and finally, when you mentioned it in the narrative, the garage and there's balcony on the top, and I realized that that little breakout back thing in the back is actually a garage. It doesn't even look like a garage. It looks like it's
I agree with
part
you.
of the structure. So that needs to be flushed out in the site plan. Additionally, I noticed that there's an egress on the balcony that has stairs going out the back too, a fire escape. We're going to need to know what the plans are with that. Oh, how that's going to play.
Yeah,
I don't want to
no
put us in a
fire
situation where just another thought on my end. On trying to make these things more clear, because like again, I was confused about what you said about
I know it. That's how it's laid on the original building plan. That little structure was considered a garage. So
okay. Maybe just noted on the site plan that that's a garage. Is that here? I noticed on the existing plan it was there, and then on the, it wasn't, but it didn't say existing garage be raised to that effect. And also something I'd like to know is about that egress. Also, what's yeah. Something to keep in mind. Thank you.
again, I do not believe we have an egress in the back. Just with the serving purpose. You know, we would like to put some type of windows back there to let natural light in, but
I just want to know what the plan is. If that's something I want to know the plan. I'm sure that's something that building department, deal with. While we're dealing with this.
yep, I have met with the building inspectors and we've walked through the building. So again, we're trying to work with what we have here and make it a much better property.
I agree. There's not much to work with.
It's a challenge.
It's a challenge, but again, like you saw in the previous petition, as much information as possible.
Okay. Well, thank you, gentlemen, for your time.
So with that, unless there's no other comments,
No further comments.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion on ZB 2020-56 for 6 Pangorem Street to continue the public hearing on this matter to January 11th, 2021.
I have a second.
Van Peck here. I'll second the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Seconded by Vice Chairman Peck. May I have a roll call, please?
Chairman Perrin,
Approve continuance to January 11th, 2021.
Member Peck,
Approve continuance.
Member Callahan,
Approve continuance to January 11th, 2021.
Member McCarthy,
Approve continuance to January 11th, 2021.
Member Briere,
Approve continuance.
Member Procope,
Approve continuance January 11th, 2021.
Member Naroge.
Proof continuance January 11th, 2021.
So you've been continued. We wish you a happy holiday and happy new year, and you'll be safe.
Same to you all, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you, Fran.
Thank you.
Pleasure. Moving forward under other business, we have a minor modification request at 52 Staveley Street. The applicant is seeking to modify the proposal to construct an addition onto the existing single-family home, by extending the addition in the front, rear, and side of the home. They received variance approval on 27/2020 ZBA meeting. Is the petition here?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, good evening. How are you? State your name and address for the record and talk to a little bit about your minor modification here.
Michelle D. Almeida. I have 52 Staveley Street, Lowell, Mass. 01852.
Thank you.
We put in for variance for the back addition of our house in a two-car garage. And when we were doing the addition, we just seen a couple of minor issues, so we wanted to go back. And when we talked to the building inspector, which is zoning board, I thought we was able to move forward. So I did, and that's where we got in little problems. So I'm coming to see if I can get approval for an additional 337 square feet.
Okay, all right, so 337 square feet.
Extra, we
Okay,
got approved for 1,660. So
Right.
when we did it, it went up to 1,997.
Okay,
And we're not gonna do the front. We'll do that at a later time.
Maybe.
okay. I'm sorry, was there? Thought I heard a comment. Okay, that being said, I'd like to open this up to the public. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? In opposition? In opposition, that portion of public hearing is closed. Anyone wishing to speak in favor? In favor? In favor? That portion of public hearing is now closed. I'd like to open up to the board. Sean?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to, my concern at the last meeting was these portions of peak line modification. Main concern I had was the request for the bump out on the front. Whether or not, because we hadn't dealt with that in the previous instance, whether or not that would make that amount of money, would that be subject to a minor? What? So to that, Mr. Alameda, you're saying now you have no intention of doing the additional construction on the front of your property at this time for that pump, correct?
Correct, not at this time. We'll do it at a later date. And we'll go through it again at a later date, just because it wasn't there.
I guess to that point, I just want to double check. Fran, I think part of the reason we continue this as well to get your input, I think mainly because of that pump out and whether or not you believe maybe project, whether that pump out needed additional zoning relief. Is that something that you looked into at all? Or?
I didn't. I wasn't aware that that was a concern. I can quickly look to see whether that bump out, it would depend on how, because I know in that district it's 15 to 20 feet is the required front yard setback, so between 15 and 20 feet. So if it would bring the property out of that range, then a variance for front yard setback, which wasn't addressed previously, would be required. So I'm looking
With the new petition, correct?
Correct. Yep.
Well, I think at this point, Fran, I think Mr. Alameda is withdrawing that portion of the modification. I don't think we need to address it now. I think at the last meeting, that was a concern that maybe whether or not whether you look into it. I believe Christina said, I don't know if we're going to into this. He said it was okay or not. That's part of the reason why we think to get whether or not we look. Since Mr. Alameda is withdrawing that portion of for the time being, we'll withhold on that for now. And if you can look into it in the meantime, but maybe she doesn't need the relief at all. She can do it. It's within the zoning book itself. I don't know. That was part of the reason. With that being said, with Mr. Alameda's withdrawal about looking at the additional requests that we did address at the previous during the previous petition, understanding the circumstances where you're at, noting that yes, the DPD does not really have much of a concern, considering the fact that the back of the property is owned by National Grid, and the back portion is sitting on National Grid's property from the prior petition, and that the side yard setback is encroaching only on a paper street. DPD doesn't need to turn on that. Recalling that did speak in favor of the Alameda official petition. Provided that the front bump out request is withdrawn, I would considering that the other relief that is requested is a minor modification. Those are my
Thank you, Sean. Roberts?
I haven't had a good review of this application, but to in line with what Board Member Callahan has said, I would like to, would like to see if the new application meets setback requirements, and if it does, would be inclined to look at it in a better fashion. So that's all I have for now. I need to look at this. I need to study this more. But if it's just the setback issue, then I think that's the way it should be resolved, in an application.
Thank you, Robert. George?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Along the lines of Sean's comments, I think if the bump out is withdrawn, I wouldn't have a problem moving forward on this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Van?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just looking over the memorandum from dated December 9th. And I think, with all the comments and everything, the proposed changes, it really doesn't affect anything in terms of the neighboring properties, the north, or to the, or the paper seat on the east. So, I have no issues or concerns with this modification. I did, I guess, in terms of our last meeting for this petition, for this modification, I thought we were going to talk about what met the threshold for the minor modification and what met the threshold for like a brand new kind of application, special permit variance. But if we're not going down that route, that's fine with me. But like I said, I have no issues with this minor modification, so I'll support this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Van. Mark?
Mark Pouliot, Mr. Chairman. I think with the removal of the bump out, it dramatically changes what was asked for at the last hearing. And as a result, I think we can approve this petition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I would like to condition, if we are to move forward with this, that the plans that were submitted, which include the bump out, are modified so that what we're approving is clear with what was provided for us to review. And that would be sheet 2/8, sheet 3/8, and sheet 4/8. So I'm not sure if sheet 3/8 includes anything on it that is being modified without the front bump out, but the first floor plan certainly is. And so we should clean up the application to reflect exactly what the applicant is asking for and remove the additional front porch and sitting area from the plan. And we should remove the front elevation and right side elevation that indicate that addition taking place in this application, and provide plans that indicate exactly what we're approving tonight if we are to go forward. So I would just like to condition that we revise those sheets and have those resubmitted. I would also like to say that this is a sorry situation that we're in, where the foundation is poured for a applicant that came before us with a full set of plans and then chose to ignore the full set of plans that were provided and went and enlarged them and poured foundations. And I just think that in the future, that, you know, this kind of thing should really be, I don't know, caught before foundations are poured, and you come in here and talk to us before you pour foundations, and don't, you know, we're in a situation where we're almost really creating a very stressful situation for everyone involved. We'd be digging up foundations if we didn't approve it. So it's just a very reluctant approval that I'm providing here. But that being said, I think I can go along with this.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. And I appreciate the comments of my colleagues and an understanding of the petitioner's original intent, subsequent pouring of the foundation, and is reluctantly coming in before us to the point of, I believe, Mr. Briere, I will be emailing the DPD, and we will get clarification and definitions of minor modifications and major modifications, and thereon too, who's authorized to review, approve, and move those forward. I too will move forward to support this. I'm very reluctant as it relates to the petition itself, with the foundation being poured. We're now taking a minor modification, and we're making conditions on a previously approved variance. Subsequently, in my opinion, it's not the proper process. I'll say that, and not that the petitioner is disingenuous by any stretch of the means. You know, they got put in a situation internally. I'll leave it at that. But if this minor modification has now become, in my opinion, a major modification, full discussion, full disclosure, as well as we're putting subsequent conditions on a variance that's already approved. So I'll be seeking advice of DPD and perhaps maybe even legal. And because I have concerns as a board member making conditions on our previously approved variance. Seems to me a little unorthodox, if you will, but certainly it would not be the conscience of this board. I'll speak for myself, and knowing the level of commitment that my colleagues have made, it puts the board in a very difficult position adversarially to deny this type of modification and have to, you know, disassemble, remove an entire foundation, and then report just the cost associated with it, and the you know, the adverse detriment to that would, you know, wouldn't impale well for all parties involved. So, Ms. Almeida, I'll move forward with my vote as an approval on this. We do need the conditions set forth to include Member McCarthy's removal and additions and edits of said pages, as well as the removal of the front bump out. And any other conditions at this point or concerns?
No.
Well, to Dennis, to if I may rely on you for a minute. So as it relates to this foundation that's poured, with the extrapolation of the bump out, what happens there?
So that's reflected on the plans that were resubmitted for the modification, but the plans that were resubmitted for the modification include additional materials to the bump out, which I'm suggesting that we have removed from sheet 2 and sheet 4. So those need to be modified to complete the application to reflect what we're approving. In my opinion.
Okay. All right. No, I was listening to you and I was making my notes, and I kind of overwrote myself here. So I appreciate the clarification. I just want to make sure that we put a bow, we tie this knot, put a bow on it, and we allow the petitioner to move on with their lives and with their addition and enjoy their time in the city. So, to the petition, you understanding of what we're doing here? Are you in agreement with these conditions?
Are you- Hello?
Hello.
Hi, and I, you guys, and
So you, so in
miscommunication.
essence, okay, so in essence, you understand what the board is doing here, in reference to this, as far as accepting the conditions, you accept those conditions in good faith moving forward?
Yes, to take the bump out off the plans and, to the, building department, correct?
Yeah, the clerk will outline them all in a moment. So I just want to make sure you understand what the board is doing here for you today in reference to this. I'll call it a minor modification, and what the conditions will be. And that being said, any comments or concern by the board members? None being taken, may I have a motion, Mr. Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion for a finding of a minor modification to Staveley Street for floor area ratio and encroachment on the side yard setback, with the condition that the petitioner has withdrawn initial plans for the front bump out, and the petitioner is to submit new site plans to DPD that remove that front bump out from sheets 2 and 4, and from the site plan.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Mr. Chairman, I'll second the motion.
Seconded by Mr. McCarthy. May I have a roll call?
Chairman Perrin,
Approve modifications with conditions.
Member Peck,
Approve the conditions.
Member Callahan,
Approve minor modifications with conditions.
Member McCarthy,
Approve minor modifications with conditions.
Member Briere,
Approve with conditions.
Member Procope,
Approve minor modification with conditions.
Member Naroge,
Approved as minor modifications with conditions.
So, ma'am, you've been unanimously approved. We wish you the best of luck with your project moving forward, with you and your family, and hopefully the addition is something that you'll enjoy for a long time to come. And we wish you a happy holiday season and a happy new year, and stay safe.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate it. And, again, I apologize for the miscommunication.
Understandable. We appreciate your time. Have a great night. Thank you. Moving forward under other business, we have a minor modification request at 200 Simpson Street. The applicant is seeking to modify their previously approved special permit by upgrading the current reader board faces to the new style of lights presently available that have graphics in addition to text. Is the petitioner here this evening? They're a representative for 200 Chempson Street.
Uh-oh.
AYK is on mute.
The petitioner is here but on mute.
That's
Someone
so-
is listed as AYK.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're the
That's
petitioner.
the person.
They're on mute.
I would believe that would be the sign company, EYK. That acronym sounds familiar.
I've asked them to unmute.
Oh, you send them an email? You're a nice person. Hmm. It's turning into the NFL with a play under review.
Well, as we say. in
Anybody got the
South
Jeopardy?
PAR.
Anybody got the Jeopardy theme music?
Any luck, Fran?
No.
No. Okay, let's table that for now. Let's move to our staff updates at 153 Weston Street.
So I can elaborate if you'd like.
Yeah, if you just give us a brief overview.
Sure. I'm just gonna pull up my documents that I have.
Thank you.
So my initial report to you all outlined the permits that the applicant had applied for, and then in the dates that those permits were issued, but then I added whether the permits had been closed out or not, essentially. In the memo shows that the only permit that was closed out was residential demolition, but all of the other permits are active. At the time that I wrote the initial memo, I had spoken to the applicant, but I wasn't able to get in touch with Steve Nocco. And then since then, I've talked to Steve, and he confirmed that all of the progress that the applicant outlined. So the garage being demolished, the roof, siding, doors, windows, plumbing, electrical, and sprinkler were replaced, and that the sprinkler systems were okayed by the fire chief. Steve confirmed that information and did not have any additional comments or updates. And then I spoke with the applicant again, who said that he believes that the project will be complete in approximately 2 months. And finally, I provided an update of the status of each condition of approval. So the first 3 conditions of approval were met, but then the final condition of approval, which concerned converting the area that once had the garage area, the conversion of that to green space, that has not happened yet. And the site, I took a site visit out to the site on December 10th, and that side of the property is almost fully impervious aside from some invasives. And so that is the update.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate that. Any comments or concerns on the board?
I'd just like to add that the existing shed to be raised and replaced with new green space. The existing shed was raised, but what's left behind is asphalt, as though the existing shed may have had an asphalt floor in it. So even though the shed was raised, the asphalt flooring was left behind. So I'm not sure where that stands as far as demo goes. I kind of would have expected that to be part of the shed demo, but it wasn't. So anyway, it is what it is.
So to that point, Fran, is it within our purview to ensure that that asphalt is removed? Because if it was required to remove the shed for green space, and they left the asphalt there, it made
Hello?
it, hello,
Hello?
hello. Good
Hello,
evening,
can you
sir.
hear me?
I can hear you. And to whom am I speaking?
This is Roger Montflew. I could hear the meeting. I was on hold, waiting to come up for my, minor modification for Chelmsford Street, but you couldn't
Okay.
hear me. I was trying to speak to you, but you couldn't hear me. I could hear you talking, but nobody could
Okay.
hear me.
All right, well, we tabled you for 1 minute, sir. We'll come back to you. We're finishing up another step, a staff update. So if you could
Sure.
just be patient for a few minutes, we'll get right back to you.
Sure, no problem. No problem at all.
Great, thank you. So, Fran, can you to Mr. McCarthy's point, can you look into that and see what the intent is? Because
Mhm.
the directive to move forward with green space,
Yeah,
asphalt
so
is
that
not green.
condition isn't met, and that is within your purview because it's a condition of approval. So
Right.
applicant needs to meet that to get a certificate of occupancy eventually. So
Okay.
until that time, the project is just not, it's still in progress. But it does not look like that project is anywhere close to finish, just that side of it, the lot side of it, at least. I can't speak to what the inside looks like. I didn't, that's out of my purview, but the site outside of the home, so like the parking lot, I guess, and the shed area is far from being
Okay.
complete.
And if you could be so kind, just send them a communication, just to
Sure.
give them a friendly reminder that asphalt needs to be removed as part of the green place condition.
Sure.
Any other concerns for this staff update by the board? None being said, we'll accept the update from DPD and thank you for your elaborate report, Fran, and then we'll move back to minor modification at 200 Chelmsford Street. The applicant is seeking to modify their previously approved special permit by upgrading the current reader board faces of the new style of high lights presently available that have graphics in addition to the text. Sir, are you available?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you give us an overview, a quick Reader's Digest version of what you're doing here?
Sure. Presently, our reader board has panels that are out. The LED lights come in, I think, 6x10, replacement LED panels, and we have quite a few of them that are out. The reader board is so old that the company no longer makes that sign, nor does it make the lights or the software or anything to support it. So we've had to, we would like to fix it, but we can't because it doesn't exist anymore. So we've gone out and talked to people that can replace just the center panel. We're not increasing the size or doing anything to change the sign. We're just taking the panels out that are LED lit now and replacing with the new style. And hopefully we can go another 15 or 20 years like this sign did. So that's pretty much it. We use the sign to remind people for their state inspections. We're an auto service facility to highlight our auto sales, our vehicles being sold, and for our gasoline prices from time to time. It also has time and temperature, but the software is glitched and we can't adjust anything anymore. We can make 3-line sentences, but we can't do much more that the sign had the capability of doing before because the software is gone off track.
Okay, understandable. We appreciate that overview. And that being said, I'd like to open to the public. Anyone wishing to speak in favor? In favor? Favor? Portion of public hearing is now closed. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? In opposition? In opposition? That portion of the public hearing is now closed. Let's open up to the board for questions. Van?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I don't see any big issues with this in terms of, seems like minor update or upgrade. So I have no questions or any really concerns. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, George.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually agree with Vice Chairman Peck. I don't see much of an issue here. It will only improve the area. Other than that, I would be looking to approve.
Thank you, George. Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This seems pretty straightforward. I believe we can accommodate this petitioner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Robert?
I approve the petition for this sign. I think it's a straightforward issue. I think it should go forward.
Thank you, Robert. Sean?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we wanted to have this debate on what is a minor. This may be one of those situations. Quite frankly, I don't know what we're actually looking to modify. I don't know what was approved back in 2005. I'm looking at, and again, listen, I got no problems probably with it, but I'm looking at what's being requested. It just says we would like to upgrade the reader board faces to new lifestyles presently available that have graphics, the numbers, letters, and characters. And I know that we've recently had situations of creating signage for graphics or running almost like TV ads on I know Mr. Montflu, not that I don't oppose this, but I'm not sure exactly what it is what you're trying to upgrade to, what the nature of the sign is. I know you're trying to keep it in the same way, whatnot, but when you mention graphics and all this stuff, I don't know. I'm at a loss a little bit. I don't even know what was approved back in 2005. Like what the type of sign was, what the type of, what was.
Did you want me to speak to that? or-
Yeah, I don't know. Can you speak to that a little bit? I mean,
Yeah, back in '05, we had a sign where you had a long pole with a suction cup, and you would have to go up and change the letters. I think they were 6x10 at that time, and the wind would blow them off and everything else. So we went before your board at that time and asked to change to an electronic message board with LED lights, and then we were able to put. We have graphics on this one. You could put little cars streaming across it, like showing exhaust, and then highlighting a new car or whatever. So this one has graphics, but it's very primitive in the graphics part of it. And I'm not sure exactly, but the replacements ones, in order to be able to put the new LED with, our primary interest is, to be able to put messages up there, but the new design come with graphics. So it's an improvement over the old graphics that we had. They were just very basic. And when I say improved, it's a little clearer, a little more like a picture. And, it gives you, we only have one color right now. I guess it gives us a selection of colors. And that's about it. It's not, it's what you see. There are other ones around town. I think there's one on Rogers Street. Is there an insurance company or something out there that has one? And it gives information, or a picture of the owner or whatever. But I'm sure you may
I know what
need
you're talking
some.
about.
Yeah, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah,
That's
no,
what-
because I know we gotcha. We've approved some of these signs, these new signs, updated signs now that have very fancy graphics on them, almost like TV like, where the colors, there's like, just pictures of I think like the Hogan Tire one has like cars running, like tires, something, just like, and just trying to get an idea of what it is that you guys are looking at. And you're upgrading, obviously.
Yeah.
The way you guys are upgrading.
Yeah.
But what you're
I
saying
believe-
is it's kind of going to be the same mold of the digital sign that you already have there, but it's gonna have programming for like a digital car running or graphics, like not like almost like TV like
right,
like TV like advertising. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yeah, it would probably be like the Hogan Tire one that you're talking about. I believe. I haven't seen the Hogan Tire one from your description. It sounds like that's what it would be.
Yeah, that one's a little bit more upgraded, like kind of almost looks like you're looking at a TV. You're saying that this isn't going to be. Is this basically gonna be your
I
simple
believe that-
LED bulbs that are in line as letters and numbers. Sometimes it'll flash a car or something,
Right.
or show like a car running. Yeah.
Yeah. It
All
might-
right.
we might-
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Monthly.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, no, I thought you were gonna say.
Oh, no, oh, no, oh, I thought you were gonna say something, I'm sorry.
No. All right. I guess as long as it's remaining the same size, remaining technically the same type of lighting and LED, I want to make sure that we're not doing a minor modification on a thing we approved 15 years ago that didn't have, or something that is now new 15 years technologically. It sounds to me like you're sticking with the same kind of technology of what was approved previously, but upgraded for running.
Yes.
All right,
Exactly.
I can find myself approving. I can find myself approving. Thank you. I wish I
Thank
was-
you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sean. Dennis?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I am confused a little bit like Sean is, I think, and that this text that we're approving today, is that going to be moving? Are we going to be driving by this site at 200 Chelmsford Street and be watching something that is basically a script that scrolls? Or is this going to be something that's still or flashes, 2 minutes or something?
Well, it's usually like a program where it'll come up and it's designed to be up there for like 3 to 4 seconds, and it'll give you, information. It could scroll, it could just,
Right.
like pop onto, that's what it's doing now. That's what it's been doing for the last 15 years.
The reason I ask is that, well, the changing and scrolling stuff, I don't know if that's what we've been approving. I think we've been approving still signs that are changeable, once a day or maybe once every hour or something, but certainly not every 3 minutes. I just don't know how that affects safety with driving. And if we're starting to get into a situation where we're distracting drivers with signage and potentially getting into a problem. So,
My understanding on that is that, if they're only limited to like 3 seconds, most of our stuff is only 3 seconds. A driver can glance at it and glance away, and it's not distractive. It's not like they, it mesmerizes you. It's just a message, and then it's gone, and then people will look away. It's been operating that for 15 years.
has it been operating for 15 years that it changes every 3 minutes? Every three?
Yeah.
It has been. Okay.
Yes.
And it won't be any different than what it's been operating as in the past.
Not in a programming. It'll only have the ability to have like pictures.
Okay.
So if we have a vehicle in our showroom, we could put it up there on the sign.
Got it. But it's not going to be any more distracting than what currently is there.
Oh, absolutely not. No.
Okay. I feel better about that. I guess I have to pay more attention to your sign at Chelmsford Street. Just.
Well, there's your answer.
It wasn't
It's not
distracting.
Well, Dennis, I drove by today and I said, you know what, this does need some improvement.
Thank you.
Yeah.
George. All right.
Yeah, the thing we're worried about, some of the lights are out and the letters look like different letters and the words are not looking like they should be. Like, a C will turn into an A, or not an A, but it's some of the lights are out. So when you put, like,
the message, yeah, the message isn't quite as accurate as it should be. Right. Sure. Well, thank you. I have no problem with the improvement.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dennis. That being said, we may have a motion, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I just, to Dennis's point, I remember the scrolling thing. I think we did on some of these ones, we have conditioned them at like 8-second intervals or something. Fast, but I don't think that's necessary in this.
I mean, if the board is inclined from a consistency and comfortable position moving forward, we can make a condition that it goes in line with previously approved reader boards in the CLO.
I like that. I think that's great.
Okay. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion on 200 Chelmsford Street for minor modification. Approval for the sign located on the premises with the condition that it follows all other previously approved regulations as far as scrolling.
Scrolling and reading
Around
it.
the house. Yes, exactly. You got that, Frank?
Yes.
Not Maria seconds the motion.
Fran, you get the conditions?
I did, yes, thank you.
The motion was seconded by Mr. Briere. May I have a roll call, please?
Chairman Perrin,
Approve with condition.
Member Peck,
Approve the condition.
Member Callahan,
Approve with conditions.
Member McCarthy,
Move with conditions.
Member Briere,
Approve with conditions.
Member Procope,
Approve with conditions.
Member Naroge.
Approve with conditions.
So you've been unanimously approved for your modification. We wish you the best of luck. We wish you a happy holiday season and a happy new year. Be safe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, board members. I really appreciate it. Our business will hopefully improve with that signage, being upgraded. Thank you.
The best of luck. Take care.
Thanks again. Have a Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving forward for understaffed updates, we have an update for hours at 150 Wood Street.
So this particular property predates me working at the city, but it received planning board, zoning board, and conservation commission approval. And then 2 of the conditions of approval from the site plan decision, which is under the planning board. Okay, there's a bit of. So 2 of the conditions were to 1, work with the historic board to identify stabilization of the Bowers House to minimum maintenance standards according to section 2.2 of historic board design standards. And then number 9, the applicant shall develop in coordination with DPD and historic board staff an assessment of minimum maintenance needs prior to any site work beginning on the property. So I spoke with Steve Stoll this past week, and he acknowledged that the roof had been an ongoing issue, but that he has been in communication with the property manager concerning the roof and works with the property owner consistently to ensure that the building is minimally maintained. And so that was my response to that. I'm not sure if the board has any additional questions or comments.
Any board members have any concerns or comments related to this staff update?
Mr. Chairman, I do, in that the condition of the building as a concerned citizen, as well as a member of the zoning board, is very, very tenuous. There are probably 7 or 8 large holes in the siding on the north side where either the material has rotted away or has been eaten away. There's several windows that are missing. There's a sash that's missing. The two chimneys are crumbling, and there are large holes in the roof. The interior is that of a shed rather than a historic house built in 1671. That's the oldest house in the city. So that being said, I don't know what we accomplished by putting a condition that there would be a minimum standard of maintenance provided here, but to what I see today and that property, whatever we accomplished is different than what I was expecting, because the property has fallen into decay and is not being addressed by the owner. So I don't know if there's anything that can be done about that other than to bring it to the attention of the city, but I'm going to let it go because I was told that I think we really have overstepped our authority here, but I'm kind of disappointed. That's for sure.
Well, I appreciate your comments and concerns, and, you know, I'm in agreement with you, Mr. McCarthy, and that's the purpose we sought clarification and direction from the city. But I will say, if my memory serves me, we were assured at the time of this petition by the petitioner that he held the same interest as the board members did in maintaining this historical. And for whatever reason, that seems to have has fallen off the plate. I remember you specifically, myself, and I believe Mr. Callahan, making sure that this house was maintained to a minimum standard, and we were sure that it would be held higher than a minimum standard because of its age and its historic value to the city. So I hold the same interest as you. I clarification, and I will accept them, but I will accept them reluctantly, and I will share your disheartened opinion of how this was dealt with. It having a house that old in the city, we surely missed it here. I'll leave my comments at that. Any other comments or concerns related to this update?
Mr. Chairman,
None.
if I may, Van back here.
Mr. Vice Chair.
You know, I do want to just echo the sentiments of you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. McCarthy. You know, I do remember that vote. We asked and we required a certain standard of this home because of its historical nature and like historical value, which wasn't upheld. You know, I understand, you know, the memo we got in terms of this is out of our jurisdiction, but we also, you know, have purview over buildings and like codes and all that. So I also want to share the same sentiment as you and Mr. McCarthy. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other comments or concerns for the board? None being heard. We can move forward to minutes for approval for November 23rd, 2020. Anyone have any comments, revisions, edits, deletions, revision? None being heard. May I have a motion for acceptance?
For you, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to accept the minutes for November 23rd.
May I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Second by Mr. McCarthy. We have a roll call.
Chairman Perrin,
Accept and approve minutes, November 23rd, 2020.
Member Peck,
Accept the minutes.
Member Callahan,
Approved minutes for November 23rd, 2020.
Member McCarthy,
Accept the meeting minutes for November 23rd.
Member Briere,
Acceptance.
Member Procope,
George is off for some reason.
oh. We could
I don't know
just, we don't need him to technically.
No, we
Okay.
can move forward if he's
Okay.
muted or we've lost connection.
All right.
Someone's
and then,
coming in. Hold on. I think it's George.
okay.
Here he comes. All right, George.
Member Procope,
Connecting. George, you hear us?
your sound is off.
George, your audio's off. All right. Hey,
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
Yep.
welcome back.
I was here too long with my laptop.
Hmm.
Okay.
it's been almost 4 hours now we're going on. This is one of the long ones.
Sergeant, we're going to you for a vote for accepting the minutes for November.
Okay, you want me to second?
You can
Roll.
just approve.
Roll call.
I approve. Approve.
Thank you.
And then finally, Member Naroge.
Approved and accepted member minutes for November 23rd.
Thank you. That being said, that concludes our meeting agenda, our requirements and obligation for 2020. Goes without, it's been a trying year. I want to extend my sincere thanks to the entire board, new board members, DPD, city officials, city manager's office, for maintaining public forum and for our citizens to have access to petitions, to speak in favor and opposition. In light of the pandemic, we have stayed fast and we have not derelict in our duties to perform for our civic purpose. And I think that's a benefit to the residents. And I think it's kudos to all involved in their time and effort that you have extended to each one of us and to the city and to the process. I want to wholeheartedly thank you all. I want to wish everybody a happy holiday season. Hope you enjoy it safely with your family and loved ones and celebrate in kind your personal and family life and enjoy every moment of it. And I wish everybody a happy year and continued success. And I want to share the positive news we're all experiencing during this pandemic with the vaccine being distributed throughout the country, and hopefully we'll be able to move forward. And eventually we'll get back in chambers and have a nice normal quorum and a meeting and be with each other professionally in a comfortable environment. Thank you. Any other comments by the board?
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year and Happy Holidays. And thank you for getting us through this. And thank you to the planning department at City of Lowell for making this all work out. Thank you very much.
Well done. Any other comments?
Mr. Chairman,
I just.
Oh, go ahead, Dan. Vice
Okay.
Chairman, you go ahead.
All right,
Vice
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to echo the same sentiment as you. It's been a hard year for everybody, but all of us, the zoning board, CPD, really have been working well together to really get through this and to make this process as easy and comfortable and smooth as possible for all the citizens and the permitting process. I know it's not always exciting, but we held fast and held steady and everything. And I truly value and respect everyone on this board. And just to give an example for tonight, I really admire how we stood up in terms of showing people that we try to do things the right way, the proper way, and be as fair and as fair and by the process as much as possible. So with that, I do wish everyone a happy holiday and happy New Year.
Thank you, Van. Any other comments?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I share your same sentiments as well as the vice chairs as well. To thank the CPD and the city of Lowell for all their work, hard work. These trying times and done wonders, thinking outside the box, able to utilize the wonders of these modern technology with these Zoom meeting calls to make sure that the citizens of Lowell request with regards to zoning daily. And great. I'm looking forward to seeing everybody in the chambers. While we're at it, I want to congratulate Robert on his initiation, first meeting to the zoning board. You're now certified. Congratulations. Welcome. You can imagine how ecstatic we are to finally have a very full board. I don't think we've had a full board even since I've been, as far as I. And with that, also, I want to congratulate Francesca Stigliano on her ascension to senior planner at PPD. Very, very, very well deserved.
Great job,
You
Fran.
do a great job.
Great job.
Thank you for all you do, and looking forward to having you come up. Have a little minion come aboard and take the train, go the ropes. Certainly welcome there. And while we're at also, on another note, I want to thank Director of Economic Development, Christine McCall. Wow. It was great to have her back. The train still keeps running. We still keep doing the work. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. I look forward to seeing everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other comments?
Thanks for your warm welcome, John. And Mr. Chairman, I really impressed with my first board meeting here. Very well adjudicated by you, Mr. Chairman, and very deliberate comments by all members. I will be learning more as I go along, and all in all, I'm quite impressed, and I'm happy to be here. And I also wish you Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, and see you next year.
Thank you, Robert. Any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to thank the board for accepting me on this. With all my frailties and bumps and along the road, I'm looking forward to next year. And going under you guys' tutelage, I hope that I can, add some value. But I just want to wish you guys a very Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year, and looking forward to next year. At some point, we can meet in person.
Very well said. We're looking forward to that. Any other comments?
Mark's muted. I don't know if you want to say something.
Are you muted?
I unmuted him now. Yes.
Mr. Briere, any comments?
Yeah, I'm going to bed.
Fair enough.
We are almost officially at 4 hours.
Yes.
Oh,
gosh.
Believe me, Robert, these things don't last this long.
Double
the last one, there was one that we almost went to 1 o'clock, right? Mr. Chairman, I recall it was.
We did. We did. It was a record we did not like setting, so we will set this record at 10:30. May I have a motion to adjourn?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
For the second?
That motion to adjourn.
We have a second by Robert. Meeting is adjourned. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to all. Take care. Bye, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Be safe.
Bye.
Good night. Be safe.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Be safe.